Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the fourth day of the December board meeting. Good morning to all of you sitting here in this room. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to all those who may be attending virtually. You are all very welcome to this fourth day of the board meeting. Thank you all, first of all, for the very good discussions and progress that we made over the last 3 days. These have been very intensive days. Someone was telling me, well, today is going to be the easy day. I was not going to take it for granted because we never know. And I hope that the intensity and the focus of the board is going to be at least as significant as it was over the last days. So we have a very much diversified agenda for today. We will start by discussing the outreach plan for the sustainability exposure draft. Then we'll have an update on the PI rollout. And then we will discuss the proposal and the terms of reference for the new working group or project plan that will start next year in January on the CIVs. This is the morning, and in the afternoon we will get back to the strategy and work plan, which has been amended and adjusted to take the comments of the board and of the planning committee on board and hopefully approve it. So still a long day ahead of us, and don't trust too much that it's going to be easy and simple. The first topic is on the sustainability ED outreach. As I will start by thanking the team who has been working on this. Before I give the floor to Linda and Dave, let me just say 2 words about this. This is a really important topic where the input of the board is really welcome, and we are really seeking for your ideas, comments, suggestions, whatever you may have. We can't fail over the next few months, the first half of 2024, to make everything that we can to make sure that the exposure draft on sustainability is made aware to our stakeholders, the usual ones, but mostly to the ones who are not the usual ones. We have a big effort ahead of us. I confess that personally I'm almost afraid of what is expecting me over the first months of the year. But of course, this will have to be a collective effort, and all the board members are invited not only today to provide suggestions and comments, but of course to be involved in this program of outreach over the first months of the year. I mentioned that before. We are the last ones in a chain of sustainability standards that have been put out for consultation last year. The IESBA, and the year before, the SEC, the ESRS, IESBA, and finally us. So we will suffer the consequences of some fatigue from our stakeholders, which only will take us to make a bigger effort, because we really have to make them aware and be enthusiastic about what's being done here. Furthermore, and I will not miss any opportunity to stress and highlight this: the awareness of stakeholders, regulators included, let me say this, about the importance of ethics is still not what it should be. It is many times taken as a nice to have, a list of wishes, Christmas shopping list, or something like blue sky thinking, which is very nice. Everybody agrees that it's very good to have, but that stakeholders usually don't take that serious, which for me, it's still a mystery why it is so, because if we think about everything that is happening, that still happens in the space of business, audit, reporting, etc., the biggest part of the problems, if not most of them, happen because of behavioral conduct issues, not about technical issues of accounting or whatever. What we have seen over the last years, the last 20 years, I would say, were a number of scandals at the start of the century, then a bunch of regulation, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, Dodd-Frank, then IFRS 39, and then another bunch of scandals, and then another bunch of regulation, the audit regulation, etc. So what is happening is that we have problems, then we have regulation, then we have more problems, more regulation, more problems, and then what? What can we conclude? I think that the conclusion is that regulation and standards have really covered in a very significant and very robust way the technical part of all this story, but the ethics is still what remains a problem, because the problems move into a space which is not something with which the usual accounting rules and standards can address and can cover. This is about changing behaviors. Solving these problems, or at least mitigating them, takes mostly changing culture and changing behaviors. And that's our space. That's what we do. That's what we already provide. Sorry, I think that this is something to tell me to shut up, to finish. But this is our space. This is what really matters. This is what it's really needed to complete the already very robust, complete, strong, tested, experimented infrastructure of standards and rules of accounting and auditing. So I think this opportunity of sustainability, which allows us to start a little bit fresh and show up in a slightly different way, will not only be an opportunity to create awareness about the ethics and independent standards for sustainability reporting and assurance, but also to bring the attention to the other side that was already there, but really needs a boost in terms of recognition, awareness, etc. So this will be, again, a collective effort. The fact that it's a collective effort also takes that we very seriously consider having a unique message, a unique voice, a unique way of conveying things on the outside, which is also necessary to create or to reinforce the image of a strong, professional, mature board. And this takes a lot of effort. This is a small team. This is something somehow new for us. And the fact that we are bringing here for discussion the outreach plan really results from the reflection that is being done about the need to have everybody involved, but also to have a very professional plan for this outreach, to make sure that we address the right stakeholders on the right time with the right people. We can't be everywhere, it's impossible. So we'll have to be very strategic in terms of choosing where we will be active, in terms of selecting our initiatives, and making sure that, of course, the profession will be extremely important, but we know that the profession will, by nature, come and respond and see what we are doing. So the big challenge here is to try to address new stakeholders with whom we don't have an institutionalized relationship. We speak with them sometimes and they listen to us and they say, oh, nice, ethics is really a good thing, but then this is not about ethics, it's a good thing. It's about demonstrating the concrete nature of what we do and how much it will interfere and contribute to the final result in terms of the final infrastructure of standards and rules. This is what we have to do, is to make it very concrete with very clear examples of what may happen if the ethics standards are not there and are not used. Have a very careful consideration of the existing frameworks and demonstrate that this is not a nice to have additional thing, is something that is probably missing in a piece that it's missing and which is necessary. So a very rational and well-structured approach to the message that we will give to our stakeholders. So I'll stop here and give the floor to Linda and Dave, who have kindly prepared a presentation and a plan for discussion by this board. Linda and Dave, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for those very inspirational comments that basically frame what we're going to be speaking about for the next hour. We have a very important project that the board has spent almost the past year on, and that naturally warrants a very comprehensive outreach and communications plan. So I believe the presentation is teed up. Fabulous. All right, so we're planting seeds, right? I think that's really what Gabriella was just talking about. You know, the IESBA was planting seeds with S1 and S2, the IAASB planting seeds with ISA 5000, and IESBA is now coming along and planting seeds with regard to sustainability related information with their new sustainability related ethics standards. So we've planted seeds. I believe that the garden is complete now, and we need to start watering it so it can grow into something wonderful. Now, yesterday, you guys were kind enough to kind of tee up this discussion because there was so much good conversation about how to communicate the message. And we definitely took note of those comments of addressing the needs of those who may be first exposed to the code of ethics. Maybe this is new to them, but they're going to be mandated to follow it. So it's important to communicate to those individuals. Basically, that means different messages for different stakeholders. We need to seek out opportunities, kind of new and different things. It was mentioned that there's tracking now at conferences. So possibly we find opportunities to be involved with exclusive tracks on sustainability ethics. And we'll talk more about how we can make that happen later. As Gabriella noted, this is a huge project, and there are 4 of us on the team, and it's a joint effort, but we can't be successful in this communications and outreach plan with just 4 people. And we'll talk about that later as well. This is a journey. You know that. You all know that, as you've said in these meetings over the past year and discussed ethics for sustainability related information. And oftentimes with a journey, you have to take pit stops and you have to reroute. So we need to be flexible enough to allow for that. Gabriella noted that, you know, the reason for what we're doing is, you know, what's the problem? What's the problem we're trying to solve with these ethics standards for sustainability related information? It's about trust. That's it, plain and simple. It's about trust. And Gen Z, I think, is the generation that really put a focus on sustainability and started demanding that something be done to help promote sustainable future for all. So it all started with them. And they expect companies to prioritize sustainability in their business practices. So whereas maybe the older generations, my generation, is focused on profit maximization, Gen Z is more focused on a sustainable future. So there's a paradigm shift here. You know, we've gone from profit maximization being the exclusive objective to sustainable future, and we need to change with the times, essentially. So I think if you take a look at this slide, we've just kind of pointed out that really it's trust by consumers. You know, they want to know if the products they're using or the companies they're supporting actually have the same value system that they have. The investors have really responded to Gen Z's demands, and they recognize that, you know, people now want to invest in more sustainable companies. Again, it's not just about profit maximization anymore. So they want to make sure that the companies they're investing in are honest in what they're saying about their sustainability efforts. And society at large, you know, they're demanding differences. And therefore, it is about trust. And that's what we're trying to focus on with these communication efforts, is to really speak to all of the stakeholders here. Okay, this is kind of the bulk of our discussion today. So the communications plan was discussed at the PC meeting, and members clearly noted the need for a comprehensive plan, one that includes collateral materials that are easy to understand. There was even a suggestion for like some animation in the videos, things like that. I think that was mentioned yesterday as well. And to accomplish this, we're taking kind of a 3-step approach. So first of all, we need to identify the stakeholders, because different groups require different messages. We want to craft the messages appropriately. And then we're going to execute this massive outreach plan. So let's look at box one to begin with. Who are the stakeholders? We've segmented them into 4 basic groups, and I think these are just kind of natural segmentations. First of all, the group one would include the sustainability assurance practitioners, those standard setters that are focused on sustainability assurance, the PAOs that are associated with the sustainability assurance providers. That's going to be probably the easiest group for us to access on the PA side, because we have access to those groups. Now, obviously, all sustainability assurance practitioners are not PAs, and we want to be able to reach out to those groups as well. Group 2, preparers. These are the preparers of the sustainability reports and information. So we would be looking at the related standard setters, the IESBA, the ESSERS, so EFRAG, relevant PAOs to those groups. That's your group 2. Group 3 is going to be the users of sustainability information and those concerned about entities' impact on the sustainability. And then finally, group 4, a very important group, regulators and policymakers. We recognize that this is a group that we need to access. We need to get the message across, because as has been mentioned several times, you can have the best standards in the world, but if the regulators aren't adopting and enforcing those, you're not going to get the value that you had anticipated. So this is a critical group that we want to talk about. And I know yesterday there were several organizations that were tossed out: WFE, IOSCO, OECD, ICGN. We have those all on our list, but we'll discuss a little bit later how we want to engage those groups. Okay, the second box, which I can barely read on my notes. What are the benefits of the proposed standard? Plain and simple, it's improved decision making, and that's for all stakeholders. That could be for the accountants in the company. You know, they want to make sustainable decisions. They want the company to be seen as one that is investing in sustainable initiatives. So having trustworthy sustainability related information is going to help them make good decisions. Investors, again, being able to have comfort that the reporting that they're reading is trustworthy is going to help them make better decisions. I think you get the point. Better control environments. All right, Laura, you got to help me here with this one if I mess this one up, but what is it that you say? Strong internal control is really, it's the key. If the internal control doesn't work, then everything else falls apart. So, you know, having a strong code of, or having strong ethics with regard to sustainability related information is going to provide strong control environments. And that's important for trustworthy information and better decision making. Lower litigation costs. This one's kind of obvious. We know about some companies that we've read about in the media that have experienced litigation costs as a result of putting out less than true information with regard to their sustainability efforts. So that's crafting the message. And we recognize that the different groups require different messaging, and that is all part of our plan. Number 3, how will we reach these stakeholders? We'll use our traditional methods. We will provide information on the website. We'll use media. We will organize webinars. We will access pre-existing and direct engagement opportunities. We'll talk about that a little bit more later, but I'm actually going to turn it over to David Johnson now so you can hear him speak about executing the outreach plan.
Thanks, Linda. And thank you, board, for allowing me to present before you today. As it relates to the how we will communicate the exposure draft, the consultation process, and the eventual final approval, we have a suite of effective communications tools that we've been relying on for a long time. And most of you in this room have seen those tools in action. We'll be promoting the release of the exposure draft early in the coming days on our social channels, and we've been promoting it in recent outreaches as well. The launch itself will include a press release, direct media outreach, a subscriber mailing to over 16,000 stakeholders globally, and a social media campaign. This launch in particular will also include a dedicated web page with resources on the project and the exposure drafts, video messages in multiple languages, explainer videos, messages of support from key stakeholders, and a communications toolkit. One of the benefits of the affiliation with IFEA and our close relationship with IFAC is that this suite of tools has been evolving over the years as technology and comm strategies have advanced. I'll give you an example. IESBA recently utilized a highly effective approach for one of their publications. They had their leader, Ian Carruthers, provide a short video message introducing the release of the publication on their social channels. IESBA with ISSA 5000 launch utilized this approach as well with a short video from Josephine Jackson, I'm sure most of you saw, introducing their consultation. We'll take this tactic even further. We're going to have a video introduction to the consultation, but we're also going to share video messages in multiple languages. And some of you in the room here are working with us this week to do that, and we appreciate your support. We are regularly in communications with our partners like IESBA and IESBA, IFAC, and others, and we continually share best practices. Another example of this is how we continue to push the envelope on what an effective launch looks like. In today's connected world, the more coordination you have in the immediate minutes and hours following the external launch, the more you can affect the algorithms of the channels you're launching on, which instantly puts your story in front of a larger audience. I can't stress this point enough. 20 years ago, you needed media to tell the story or to see your story and then deliver it to the masses. Today, you can flip the script, allowing for the masses to see your story, deliver it to the media. If everyone in this room takes one thing away from this presentation, I'd like it to be this. Anytime you can share our story with your networks, especially as the story is developing in real time, you will play a part in taking that story further. You all have at least one follower that will listen to what you have to say more than they'll listen to what your neighbor has to say or what IESBA has to say. And it only takes that one follower to affect change. Post-launch day, it'll be all about a regular drumbeat of communications. Again, another area where we're always evolving. Short, concise messaging, engaging explainer videos, kickstarting social media algorithms, ChatGPT, we'll use it all. The webinars and global events will evolve out of our discussions with our technical team and our partners. Next week, we'll be meeting with IFAC's team of regional managers to discuss how we can best engage the PAOs and allow them to become part of the process. And of course, Gabriella and Ken and the rest of the staff and all of you will be out there on the road conducting outreach and engaging directly with stakeholders. Yep.
Thanks so much, Dave. All right, so massive project, but we are working our way forwards. We are planting those seeds. And as Dave pointed out, it's important to spread the message globally, which means speaking in those languages. So we have organized video shoots for this afternoon, and kindly members have volunteered to assist with that. So we'll be able to get messages out to different stakeholders that speak different languages, which is important. Also, it's important to have the ED available in different languages. So we will work with PAOs on that initiative. And let me just share, Cam and I are going to be meeting with the IFAC regional engagement managers next week to share more about the sustainability ethics standards. And during that meeting, we will discuss the translation opportunities, how best to accomplish that. We'll essentially follow the lead of the IAASB, who has engaged with certain PAOs to get their assistance in translating the ED, because again, that is very important, and we recognize that. And we're basically following the lead that has been taken in the past. I believe we're going to go ahead and move on. So you've heard a lot. I would like to think that you recognize the enormity of this situation and the fact that it can't be done with just 4 people. So the transition, we've called in help. IESBA has engaged, leadership has engaged the Brunswick Group, and Brunswick is a strategic advisory firm with offices around the world. I believe there are 27 offices around the world. They focus on critical issues and critical stakeholders. They have their leadership is very diverse. Their partners come from entities such as Time Magazine, OECD, Magic Circle law firms, just a very diverse leadership with good, strong experience. They have a diverse client base that includes globally recognizable companies. So I think you get the point that we have hired a firm that is certainly up to the challenge that we need in order to move this message forward. And let me just share a little bit about what Brunswick's going to be doing. Essentially, you see the objective there. It's to raise the profile of the draft exposure standards with IESBA's key stakeholders and build support around them. So how will they do that? We've set out basically phase 1 and phase 2. That's what Brunswick has agreed to. And even though they're set out separately in bullet points, these things are all going on at the same time. It's not necessarily mutually exclusive. So they are in the process of organizing. They have organized internal and external interviews, and those are actually taking place and have been taking place. And really, what Brunswick wants to understand is who is IESBA, and how do external parties view IESBA. They really want to understand what we're all about and how people see us, because that is very important in creating the message. We can sit here and tell people who we are, but that doesn't mean that's how people see us. So Brunswick is interviewing different parties to better understand how we're viewed. They're reviewing our existing communication materials and basically integrating those materials into what they're hearing from the interviews to basically assess the strategic vision. So that's really important in crafting the message. I think you can understand that. They're also mapping IESBA's travel and events through the first quarter of 2024 to help organize stakeholder meetings and events in those regions. And so this kind of goes back to what Dave was saying, is that we need to spread the messages to stakeholders, and then the media will come on board. So Gabriella has a number of outreach activities over the next 6 months, but just focusing on the first quarter. She will obviously speak at those events, but what Brunswick is trying to do is also arrange other opportunities while she is in those regions to meet with relevant stakeholders, to set up meetings, to meet with media in those regions, so that we can really just get the biggest bang for the buck while she is there. So that's something that they can help with, because they are going to be able to reach that group that maybe we're not able to reach. We talked about PAOs. Okay, we have access to PAOs, we have access to the PAs, but it's this other area that we're really trying to access, and that's where Brunswick is going to help us. And they want to help us kind of spread our vision wherever the board members go to speak, and we'll talk about that a bit later. Phase 2 is about stakeholder engagement and communications support. So back to liaising with media contacts. We do have some media contacts that we have been in touch with, and we've made arrangements for some articles in that respect, but we don't have the reach that Brunswick has. And well, I'll leave it at that. So we need to expand our reach, and Brunswick will help with that. And then just the last point, identify activation opportunities with media conferences, stakeholder meetings, etc. Basically, it's just get the word out everywhere to all stakeholders that are interested in what IESBA is doing. Dave, I think I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Yeah, I'll just chime in briefly about Brunswick and firms like them. Advisory firms like Brunswick can take organizational communications to a whole new level. We have resources internally to communicate on a global scale, but nothing like what they have. They have an army of communicators just like me. Some of them may even be better than me, and experts in all different fields. Thanks, Andy, I appreciate it, including the accountancy profession. They have the bandwidth to conduct extensive research and narrative interviews, and they have the expertise to take what they learn and quickly create the best possible story to tell. They have deep connections in organizations we know will be critical to our ultimate success, and they'll help us open doors and avenues we would not be able to take ourselves. The partnership with Brunswick will allow us to grow as a communications team as well. We'll be able to replicate what they're doing. We'll be able to learn from them. We'll be able to see what the latest thinking is and apply that in other areas. So that's very exciting for all of us. That's the only thing I really wanted to chime in on.
Thank you, Dave. The future, all right? So hopefully you see how we're laying the foundation, yeah? So let's move on to the future. We're planting those seeds, rather. Here it is, the future in one simple slide. This really looks at the whole year, because the point we want to make with this is, even though we are really amping up engagement opportunity and communication opportunities during the first quarter of 2024, the engagement communication will actually expand the whole entire year. But we have to start strong. We have to start strong with the ED, because we have to get comments on those consultations. And that is really going to drive what happens, after April. So we have a bit more, a bit more insight into what's going to happen the first quarter. And then we will continue to use that insight to develop our plans for what's going to happen after April. So let's just take a look at this timeline. Develop the narrative. That's what Brunswick is doing. They're helping us develop the message, and we've seen the fruits of their labor so far. And I think they've got a good idea of who we are and where we're going. They'll continue to work on that to refine that message. And we want to make sure that on day one, the day that the ED is released, that we hit the ground running, that we have the messaging ready to go out, that it is exactly what we want it to be, in order to accomplish our objectives. So we're working to develop that narrative. The ED is going to be released towards the end of January. Like we said, we want the world to know. I think there was a good suggestion yesterday with regard to the explanatory memo. In addition to it being very concise and short, use videos, use simple videos to drive people to that explanatory memo. And that's what I think these videos that we're taping today can help do, because we have, just for those of you that don't know, we have, I think, 7 representatives, maybe 8, that are going to videotape a very simple script that talks about ethics, IESBA, and the sustainability standards. And the video will probably be a 2-minute video. Again, very simple, not technical at all. And those videos can just be sent around the world, and they can be used to invite people to look at the exposure draft. We're also doing a longer explainer video that is going to be a little bit more technical in nature, and that's going to be targeted towards our sustainability assurance practitioners and those associated with the sustainability reporting. Issue press releases. This is kind of business as usual. Obviously, we will issue a press release on the day of. Socialized video clips. Again, we're developing these videos. We will release them. But as Dave said, share them with your network. A lot of you in here are on LinkedIn, and you have a very strong following in LinkedIn. If you can share these, comment on these videos, that is going to help tremendously. Interviews with media. Brunswick will help with this. We'll rely on the media that we know, but to the extent that you can help us with this, that's great. Anyway, next, let's move on. Hosting global webinars. And I've just put Asia Pacific, Europe, and Americas here, but we need for this to go out everywhere, because we want to make sure that everybody, that the stakeholders and beyond, understand the ED, really understand the impact, and understand what it means to the extent that they can respond. This isn't a promotional opportunity just for us to let people know we're out there. This is an opportunity for us to invite comments back on this very, very important piece of work. And that's what we really have to remember. You all have spent countless hours crafting what I think is a really, really important piece of work. And those who are going to be impacted by that piece of work need to speak to that piece of work and provide comments. Seize opportunities to partner with sustainability and related events. I've spoken with some of you all offline about events that you either have attended in the past or will be attending in the future. And the key is that we need to know about those as soon as you find out about those, so that we can try to reach out and seek opportunities for IESBA to be represented at those events. But if nothing else, maybe there are friendlies on the agenda that we can get to incorporate a message within their presentation. Move along to the next one. The comment period closes, but the communication team will continue to engage stakeholders, and that's what I was talking about. It doesn't end once the ED is the comment period is closed. We will continue to engage stakeholders. We will continue to obtain comments. We will continue to promote this effort that IESBA has spent so much time and attention towards. Then, of course, the last 2 points: refinement and approval of standards, kind of obvious. Rollout and implementation support. I think we're aware of that. Dave, I think I'm tossing this to you now.
Yeah, I would I would say really the communications tactics that are concrete right now are probably confined more to the first 2 columns. As I said, this isn't our first rodeo. We'll have that suite of tools that we always use. I'll point out some of the different approaches that we use for this particular launch. We discussed narrative development from Brunswick and the expertise they'll allow us to have to find the core messages that resonate, but we'll be looking for them to find those messages that resonate with different audiences, and then develop the communications assets to deliver those messages strategically to the different audiences. So messages by audience segmentation will be the goal there. Beyond just a press release, this time we'll also be developing a toolkit that'll include, like I had mentioned, messages from global leaders, additional context to the project, and where the audience can go for more information. And then on earned media, like Linda said, we'll really rely on Brunswick to help deliver here. We have media that'll cover this story no matter what, as Gabriella mentioned, but one of Brunswick's main deliverables will be to expand the reach. Our goal would be similar to ISSA 5000. We'll shoot to have an exclusive launch with a top tier media, but regardless, if we can't get that, we will have a list of media outlets that we are targeting from either day one, if there's an exclusive launch, or in the days leading up to it. And that list will be larger than we've ever had before, because Brunswick will be there to assist us. Between the release and when the consultation period ends, that's where that steady drumbeat of communications will come into play. The explainer videos, the regular cadence of encouraging people to comment before the deadline, etc. We'll also be supporting with the global webinars, dependent on how those evolve through our network partners. We'll be there to support, seizing the opportunities with the outreach. As the comment period closes, and then we transition into that next phase, that's where the rollout phases will begin, and we'll look at different strategies there. I think that's about all I have on the timeline.
Thank you, Dave. All right, so I'm sure you're tired of hearing us talk, so now it's your turn. Matters for consideration. We need your help. So at this point, we've got these up on screen, but essentially, please provide us with your comments on the planned approach. Talk with us about ideas you have for spreading the message. There were some great ideas discussed yesterday, and we've written those down, but let's kind of revive that same interest and bring it into this session so that we can hear more from you, so that we can make this communication and outreach effort successful. So I turn it over to the board, or to the chair.
Thank you very much, Linda. And even before I give the floor to the board, let me just add 2 or 3 things. First of all, thank you for your great presentation, which I think gave the board a very clear and extensive idea of what we are doing. But I'd like to add a few notes on my side. on some of the topics. Why this is important, I think that you will recognize, but this has to be integrated in our vision and DNA as a board who cares about the others. And I know that I'm a little bit famous, I don't know if in the positive sense, about being obsessed by communications. I'm not obsessed about communications. I like it, I must recognize, but it's not because I want me or you or us to be famous on the newspapers and etc. It's about what we are doing is for the others, is not for us. So if we don't find the right channels, ways of reaching out to the others to whom this is going to make an impact, the usefulness of what we do is very low. And that's why even in my other roles in lives, I always tended to integrate communications together with the technical teams, because this is the only way of making sure that there is an alignment and that what we do makes the impact that it has to make for the public interest. Secondly, all the plans, the first slide on a lot of ideas about stakeholders, channels, etc. This is extremely important. The real challenge will start when we will have to select, because we can't be everywhere. We can't use all the channels. We don't have all the resources. So we will have to be very strategic and judicious in terms of selecting the priorities. I'm seeing the groups there, and probably we'll have to have a discussion about which group of these ones is the group where we should focus our attention the most, or put more resources. In terms of the channels, we have to make sure that the channels and the tools are adjusted to each one of the audiences. So there is still a lot of work to do. This is already a plan, but there is going to be a lot of work to do in terms of making sure that we don't get lost in all these plans and etc. Third thing that I'd like to make very clear to this board about the use of Brunswick. I usually tend not to bother the board with our internal housekeeping, how we do things and how we get there. This is a matter of transparency to the board. I think that we should speak about this here so that you all know that this is happening and why this is happening and how this is happening. And why this is happening, I think that Linda and Dave gave you a good picture. We felt that we needed some additional boost and help in this phase, because we did not have the knowledge, the capacity and the resources to do to pay tribute to the great work that has been done by this board on sustainability. If we didn't do what we have to do to make sure that what we have been doing over the last 2 years in these groundbreaking projects and experts was not conveyed, and I'm looking to Luigi. I remember a conversation that we had in Lisbon a few months ago, where I think it was you that was saying that, but I think translating the sentiment of the board, this is such a great work. If we don't do what we have to do for this work to translate into usefulness and impact, we will fail. So this is part of this conviction. Thirdly, this was a discussion. This was a decision, not a decision by Gabriela alone. It was an internally discussed decision with all the controls and financial controls in place. And now I'm looking at James to see if it was possible in terms of budget, even if it was not as expensive as it probably expected. On the contrary, so this is all about transparency. Does it cost money? Yes. Does it cost what you might be thinking that it would cost? No. And I'm not saying more, but it was very carefully considered if it was within our budget capacity to have this help for these 3 months and to make some, of course, savings on other sides. So yes, so there is no derailing in terms of budget, no crazy things being done here. Fourthly, this is not a magic wand. Let's not think that Brunswick will do everything for us. First, we making the decisions, don't look at Brunswick's services as PR services. That's not what we are expecting from them. It's a really more substantive work in 3 areas: making the language and the narrative attractive, understandable, etc., which, as we can see from the discussions this week, it's extremely difficult for this board. And it will be going forward a constant, permanent, ongoing effort that we'll have to make. Secondly, identifying the opportunities, just like they've said, that we don't have the capacity to in terms of media, in terms of events, etc., and activating the impact. This is what we expect. Brunswick has very top people working on this project with us. I'm just going to refer one name that I think you recognize, Pascal de Saint-Amand, who was the former tax director at OECD, responsible for the BEPS. He's in the project. I had a meeting with him this week. He's following us very carefully, and the people who are very much expert with the high levels of expertise. So this is not about PR. This is really about strategic communications, which is a completely different thing. So, but it's not going to be a magic wand. This is going to be very much on us to provide them with the information, with the insights, etc., so that they can make the work, identify the vulnerabilities, identify the strengths, and activate both. And I'll stop here and now, yes, open the floor for comments and suggestions. And we heard yesterday many things which were already very promising, so please keep on doing so. Mark.
Thank you. And firstly, this is very welcome. I think it gives us greater reach and greater impact. So it's really good to hear this. I think a couple of points that I would make just in respect of the proposals. Very grateful to Vanya, who reminded me yesterday that the IESBA is doing an enormous amount of outreach and capacity building to support the rollout of their standards. We're doing the work that we're doing because ethics is a critical part of the jigsaw there. And I think it would be a missed opportunity if we couldn't join up and link in with that. And the example that Vanya used with me is in Brazil, they're already translating materials so that they can spread the message. It would be a comparatively easy thing to ensure that ethics is part of that discussion as well. And I really, really do think we should make the most of it. I think that we need to be, careful in terms of the balance between things that are hosted virtually, like webinars and actual direct engagement with stakeholders. And I know we did a lot of outreach early on with the global roundtables. We always run the risk of being compared with the IESBA because they've done their roundtables on the back of their ED. So we may find that there is an expectation that people will expect to see us out there talking to them as well as engaging virtually. And I realise that's a resource issue as well as a time issue, but an important one to consider. And then I think the other thing that I would say is that in the slide that you took us through on spreading the message, Linda, I think it gave some great examples, but it really at the same time shows the challenge of trying to do this at a global level. Because if you ask me what do I think are the benefits of the proposed standard, I think what we do is very much about contributing to underpinning trust and confidence into information that's used by financial markets for decision making. Lower litigation costs is a great sort of strapline in the US, but it probably doesn't reach very far in the rest of the world. And therefore, what we need to do is perhaps, as well as focusing on the broader benefits of sustainability information, I think we need to be really careful to pick out the benefits of high quality ethics and independent standards, because as Gabriella said, we fight for our place, and there are people out there who goes, well, what are ethics? What are what's the importance of this? And if we allow ourselves to be sort of subsumed into a wider discussion about sustainability, we lose an opportunity to say why ethics and why independence is so critical and so important and why we do this valuable work. So I think it's just, sort of things of tone and positioning. And I think, we're all very happy to help and work with you on that as it sort of gets folded together. So very much count me in and look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you in particular for raising the capacity building topic. And I can inform without any confirmation that we might be involved in a IOSCO capacity building with IESBA and etc. Over the first months of the year in Brazil, but it's still to be discussed. Rich, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I applaud and fully support the outstanding plan that's been put together. It's really clearly goes beyond anything we've done before, and I think that's what this calls for. We will ultimately issue standards, and as we've understood from the beginning, who requires those standards to be followed is critical. And so, as part of our initiatives, I think it's important that we target the specific parties, whether that be regulators or legislators, who actually have the authority to mandate adherence to the standards, and get with them early and repeatedly throughout the process so they are up to speed on what's going on, including being open to them about what changes get made out of the comment process, so that they're better educated and understand the importance in the public interest of having these standards be followed. So I think that's got to be an important element of our plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Vania, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just adding to what Mark has already brilliantly presented, this capacity building initiative, it was launched actually in the COP27, and it was implemented during COP28. Is a coalition of United Nations, IOSCO, IFRS Foundation, the Sustainable Stock Exchange. So, and everyone is developing educational material, because we understand that if we develop a standard, but they are not get to be part of the lives of people, it will be useless. And we need to capacitate not only those who will be preparing, but those who will be using, analyzing, investing, making decisions, teachers, and everyone. And so IFRS Foundation is open to receive material from anywhere within this initiative. I think it will be a good opportunity for these videos, this material that IESBA will be preparing, to be addressed to this initiative, because we will be using the channel of IFRS Foundation that is attracting attention from everyone in the globe. It will be a huge opportunity to make the code better known by regulators and by companies, and for us to present a showcase of how important it is to have ethical fundamentals together with the sustainability reporting and assurance. So I think it's a good opportunity. They will be curators, but they will be receiving material in any language. And I think that we can make use of the opportunity to tell about IESBA and about the code, and how this new aspect of sustainability can be helpful to avoid greenwashing, to make sure that the information is available. I represent Brazil in this initiative, and so I have some additional details. If you want, we can discuss it further. Okay.
Sure, Vania, absolutely. I couldn't agree more that this is can be an incredibly powerful channel of communication. So I think that after this conversation, for sure, over the next few weeks or months, we will be speaking with at least some of you on a bilateral basis to activate your own opportunities, be it in this way or local jurisdictional opportunities or whatever. Luigi, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it is really impressive as a plan. I also am considering whether, I think it is implied in your plan, but I think that probably should be made very clear that the IESBA members and technical advisors are resources to be used, sorry for the word, to be used in this plan, and either in their local environment or network or for global initiatives. And in this respect, also considering the fact that the exposure draft will be pretty massive, and we can easily get lost with the details, which is probably not the right way to deal with this matter. I wonder whether we may consider creating, try to ensure consistency, tone, scope of the messages that every one of us are supposed to deliver. And for this respect, in this respective, I wonder whether we may also work with the help of every one of us, or a selected group of them, to let me use this word, which is probably not right, but talking points, standard talking points, the type of the message to be delivered, and even standard presentation material to be used in these outreach activities, in order to be sure that if I am involved in dealing with my regulator, I will not be spending hours and hours on small details, but really stay focused on what it is really this document and what really matters for this work we need to do. It is true that we need to help stakeholders to understand this unprecedented, I think, standard. But it is also true that we should stay as much as possible, as Mark said before, to the basics of the reason we are working at this standard.
Luigi, you are touching upon a topic which I think it's absolutely critical, which is the consistency of the message that I had mentioned before. We have to speak about the same things the same way, of course, with our own natural differences. But this is absolutely critical. And I was listening to you and thinking that it would be really important to create some kind of scripts or guides or bullet notes that each one of us, wherever we go, could use, of course, adjusting to the audiences, which is also important. We can't speak the same way to the profession that we speak to the OECD or to John and Mary on the street. So thank you for that. And I was already thinking about something else, but I'm refrain for now to come up with more proposals until the end of this discussion, and then we'll see. Thank you for that. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, thanks. You both and your team. I'm really blown away by the thoughtfulness of it, and of course, count me in any way that you see fit at all. Always happy to help, and the direction just sounds absolutely fantastic. And I guess the only dimension I wanted to add, which I'm not saying you haven't covered, but we know the importance of ethics and that the role that strong standards play. And maybe even counted this, but at least for me, my friends and my relatives and my business colleagues, well, they understand the importance of ethics too. Maybe you've experienced their eyes seem to gloss over and yawn when we talk about ethics, and let alone reading them or actually writing them. But at the same time, while there's a lot of interest in sustainability and reporting, there's a lot of concerns that the claims by both governments and by entities are just another form of the latest bit of promotion for to validate their existence. But so I think what we have is not the technical aspect of what is reported, what's not reported, or how you assure, how you not assurance, but the metaphorical true north and that seems to be the secret sauce, that all of the standards that people could come up with, all of the publicity of what is appropriate sustainability conduct, what is appropriate reporting, the whole skepticism that it's either hooey or it's just promotion or greenwashing. And I don't really have an answer for it, but what this set of standards has is it's the ability to take the public trust and to say, we're not reporting it, but we're keeping everyone on that path and heading north. You know, the true north is just my metaphor. So, and I think as Luigi mentioned, another dimension is that we really have to not get into the. We need to get into the words. We need to get into the details, and we need those comments. But I think directionally to push this out to the world, we really need that big picture. So as I try to think of it, or engage ChatGPT to think about those messages too, just to count me in. But talking points would be fantastic so that we all have a similar message. Thank you.
Thank you. Simple ones. Thank you, Andy. Hector.
Thank you, Chair. Let me give you 1 minute of context so that this doesn't sound like criticism, because it's not intended to be criticism. But I have a small firm. We don't sell not even $1 million a year. We're tiny, and I do the communication strategy myself. And we have like 700 followers, so I'm no expert to be giving advice on these kind of things. But from the outside, I'm pretty sure that if you want to reach PAs, just an email by Andy or by Luigi or Jens or Chana or Mark will cover most of the scope that you want to reach. It will spread, you will get there. But the challenge here is we want to reach the non-PA community. And reaching the non-PA community is difficult. And I saw that the IESBA released the communication about ISA 5000, and it had, I don't know, like 150 reposts. And IESBA has 100K followers. The IAASB has 25,000 followers. We have 9,000. So the challenge of getting this message out to the non-PA community, which we want to reach because this is professional agnostic, I think it's new. We cannot do more of the same. And we cannot use the same IFAC tools. We cannot rely on the same channels. We need to get out to a different community that doesn't even know we exist. This is a public, it's being broadcasted, so I'm going to reserve the name, but a high-level tax international figure I spoke recently had no idea IESBA existed a week ago. And it's not criticism. It's because we were focused on, the code was focused on the profession, and we're doing work on tax now, we're doing work on sustainability. So I guess the challenge is to get way beyond the business as usual. And for that, I think we need to think out of the box. I agree with Mark that we should not be promoting sustainability. We have 30 seconds or 15 seconds. So we should be promoting what we add to sustainability information, not promoting the benefits of having sustainability reporting or the benefits of having assurance. It's just what we bring to that assurance so that it's actually effective and is reliable and we create trust. So very focused. It's our tiny space. I would focus the message there. I agree with Luigi. I would go even further. I would say we need to have PowerPoint presentations for anybody that is going to be presenting with the same format, translated in different languages. Of course, we can all tweak something while staying within the message, but I would have that available in all the relevant languages so that they could be used with the same bullet points, with the same format, talking points, media materials. You can share a post by somebody else, but it's much better if we are sent materials to make our own posts, not just sharing the other one, because that creates new nodes of dissemination. So when And you could say, we're going to release this at 10 in the morning. So we would like you to be posting this at that same time if possible. We do it with our tiny team in my consultancy firm. We try all to post at the same time because, as you were saying, this brings the algorithm to think, oh, this might be important. And finally, let me check my notes. In the messaging, I forgot to mention, we should also say that we are responding to regulators. And we are doing this not because we came up with this very good idea, but because we are providing for something that is needed by regulators in some parts of the world, which may speak to regulators in other parts of the world. With Vania, we were last week in Sao Paulo for the OECD Corporate Governance Roundtable for Latin America. And the regulators, when the OECD presented the new chapter on sustainability, they were all saying, this is great, but if there is no assurance, how can we mandate these reports if nobody's going to be checking them? We don't have the ability to review them. There should be profession agnostic assurance standards. And we were looking at each other trying to raise our hands to participate. But in that particular panel, there were no time for questions. But the opportunities are there. And I think I would focus our message precisely on what we bring to the table. And sorry, I was too long.
Thank you very much, Hector. I think that you touched upon some topics which are of extreme importance, but I'll make them all together, come together at the end, because I think that we have a similar approach to what's going to happen here. Sadia, please.
So you've already received several good ideas. I won't repeat all the ones, but I really did endorse some of them. I just want you to note that you already mentioned that some of the events are going to be speaking events where we talk, and there's some events that have to be listening events. I think the timing of those events are important. Like if you have a webinar before people actually engage in outreach, they already have some context, so you don't have to become a technical discussion. And I think that timeline is important. There's also two types of relationships. Firstly, I think it's an IESBA event before it's a sustainability event, because a lot of people wouldn't be aware of what IESBA is. But there's two types of relationships. You're either leveraging off relationships we already have, and we're building new relationships. I think we have to have patience in deciphering or appreciating those two conversations might not be the same. And this is the start of it, because do we want those conversations to continue? I like that our timeline went to roll out an outreach after finalization. And I think we should actually challenge ourselves more. What support will we be offering after this project? And I want to remind everyone about the E-code, because I think that's an important tool if you're not aware about it. And it's something that anyone can use, because that's already available. We've worked hard on that infrastructure, and that could be something that we could have as something to work on now, so that we have available when it's implementable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sadia. Jens, please.
I just want to add one aspect. I think it's a great plan. I think it's important to realize that in many jurisdictions, it's not the code which will be implemented or part 5, but it's the essence of that, or the independence issues or the greenwashing problems or whatever. So we have to be clear in our communication, not only saying here is part 5 with section 5507 or whatever, but also to say what is a topic and to be aligned to the jurisdictional environment, because we have to motivate those standard setters or legislators to rethink their given approaches they have and where they have to be responsive to our consultation, and in the next step to change laws and regulations in their jurisdictions, just to have a little bit of broader approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jens. Very well said. Sanjeev, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. I think a great presentation and a number of good ideas already being discussed. I think I agree with Hector on, I think we need to differentiate as to what we bring on the table. That's, I think, very critical. You have information, loads of information. You have audit of that information. That information is being looked at. But until unless there is a trust and faith in that information, what ethics brings on the table, I think is critical. I think the second point is we need to be repetitive in going back to those people. Going once will not be sufficient. It has to be consistent. I'm working with some government bodies I've seen. Go to them once, twice, thrice. They need to understand what we bring on the table is very critical. And I think the last point, Sergey talked about the relationships. This board has been in existence for decades. Go back to some of the members who were active in the past, who can be again helpful in reaching out and helping us connect with the people. So that's the other suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sanjeev. Yes, it's not only the current members, but the past ones who are part of the family still may help us. Rania, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I really think this is a very impressive plan. But what I would like to see, and very much relates to what's been said by my colleagues, I would like to see us bring out more strongly the business case for ethics. And I think this really very much also relates to what you were saying, Gabriela, earlier, that everybody tends to think that ethics is like a nice add-on. It's about the good for humanity. It's not about that. I think it's time for us to use this very impressive plan to bring out the actual business case for ethics. It's about the sustainability of organizations. It's about improved and enhanced stakeholder value. It's about organizations' access to finance. It's about more efficient financial markets and more efficient economies. I think we need to stress this. This is what we are bringing to the table to create the demand for ethics. So, thank you.
Well said, Rania. That's exactly that the difficulty is going to be to how to do it, but that's the point for sure. Paul, please.
Thank you so much. I think it just really reiterating some of the points that have been raised. It is right now, there's a huge actual problem in the ESG sustainability reporting space. There's a call for transparency, integrity, and credibility. So this is the best time for really us to be moving forward, to really assert the value we're going to bring to the table, and really drilling down on really the value proposition of that ethics and transparency layers. I think when we do that work, I think it's very critical when we look at that first pillar of who are our stakeholders, to be very conscious about, as it were, our non-PA space, and to make sure that really the true users, and very interesting for me, even just the subjects of those reports. Speaking very much from the continent, where you have a lot of negative pushback going on in terms of especially the carbon credit space and with the credibility of some of those projections. How are we making sure that the space is being reported on and evaluated and projections being presented are part and parcel of these conversations and effectively informing the deliberations going on. I think I really stand with the comments that have been made around the importance of making really some coalitions and alliances on how we drive this messaging, so that it's definitely an IESBA message, but the sustainability conversation is much broader than us. So how are we adding value to an ongoing conversation to unlock the most value? And then just finally, it's really the, I liked the point made by Sadia in terms of what's the order of our rollout, that how do you start with, as we're building understanding and awareness, and then have informed conversations once that has been built. So the ordering of our webinars versus our in-persons, I think can add a great deal of value. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think that we are all being very much aligned around the same perspective, which is wonderful. Laurie, I never see your flag. You please.
I'm like the stepchild. Thank you very much. And I won't reiterate the comments. I'm very supportive, in particular, of the fact that this comms plan is very much a strategic communications plan. And Gabriella, you mentioned that as did the comms team, Linda and Dave. Something struck me very much about what Ronnie has said, and that is really the thinking and about the value proposition and the business case for this. And it reminds me years ago, 15 years ago or so, when, everybody was struggling, people still struggle with, but significantly struggling with the diversity conversation and how to get women into leadership and onto boards. And it really started to move at the point at which in time in which people really focused on the business case and start talking about the morality of it, the nice to have of it. Those are both true and important things, and I certainly believe in them. But figuring out the business case issue, not just for the PA community, but for all those potential people, stakeholders touched by this, including people who will be subject to these standards, I think is very important. And somewhat nuanced, given we know we're moving into a different stakeholder group. So I thought that was really important, because when you said that, I thought, yeah, that's right. It starts to take off when you can build a very tight, cohesive argument around that. And that is also this ethics discussion that you mentioned and Mark mentioned. We have a place in the ethics space, but we have to be able to articulate this. I actually think in some ways, it's easier because we're not talking about soft ethics, like, be nice to each other. That's a really difficult conversation always. We're talking about ethics which impact things that are being reported upon. And so it's a real opportunity to change the debate around ethics. And so anyway, that's it. I think really good.
Thank you very much, Laurie. And yes, that's exactly that, because I like the idea that this is not about soft ethics, and it's not. It's about hard ethics. Yeah. It's about the fundamental that we will have to provide for these behaviors to be aligned. Thank you for that. So we still have Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I am also very supportive of the proposal put together for this discussion and all suggestions. As we know, IESBA has done wonderful global regional outreaches and webinars with all great presentation or materials in its website. Given that we are reaching or targeting almost the same stakeholders, I believe we need to know the lessons they learned from the outreach, and also on top of that, we need to do better, and we need to make a big difference. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. And at the end, I'll go back to your point, but I'm just going to allow everybody to provide comments. Yao Shu, please.
Thanks very much. And I agree with the proposal that I just heard that Hector's idea, and I very agree that I always think that if the standards come into effect and the PAs that for them is compulsory, and for example, the PA's organization will monitor their conduct, but if the non-PAs do the business, but for the PA's organization, they can't monitor them. Yeah, who is the regulator? And sometimes we talk about we will that to reach out to the stakeholders, but that's for the non-PAs. They also do the business. That's the sustainability assurance, but I know, for example, in China, I always think, who will monitor them? I don't know. Yeah. So I think that the outreach activity is how to push that the stakeholders and that's some of the regulators, they can emphasize that this standards is not only for the PAs, for all of the practitioners who do the sustainability assurance business. I think so. That's the core, not just the technical issues, but the scope. So because that's sometimes that's the PAs complain that that they are under too much the monitoring, and especially for this kind of this issues. And I think we should put more concerns on the outreach activities to that's the regulators or the government about who can to monitor that's the non-PAs, those organizations or those stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao Shu. Christelle.
Yeah, first, my full support with the strategic side of this plan and how it was organized. Full support to my fellow board members for their very good input into this discussion. Just one additional side of it. We are speaking about increasing our reach, taking the momentum, and all this is true. And then we will have to maintain that during certain time, to really penetrate those spheres and minds, etc. But there is also something that at one point, those different stakeholders are going to come back to our basics. And if these basics are old-fashioned, difficult to access, statics, that's going to, like, the marvelous cake that falls down. So I urge also the organization to think about what is our next objective of state-of-the-art, of answering to the needs of our stakeholders, not only that projection phase that we need to have, but then the welcoming phase of accessing to what we do in a smart way. I think we touched that also yesterday about how people can find what they need in an easy way and take it with them, because they have local constraints. They cannot refer totally to the IESBA code. We don't care if we have the impact. If they take the good of it, it's okay. And so we already work in an open way, transparent way, but we should also make sure it's easy to carry and to find when they come back to us.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Mark, and I think that we will have to stop here.
So very briefly, really interesting discussion. Jeff is now going to punch me, but I think this is too important not to have a couple of slides about strategic communications embedded within our strategy and work plan. Because we have just discussed the importance of all of these key messages, and I think it has to, like, we don't need to see, but it's just that messaging is so fundamental and so important. We have to make sure it's really clearly positioned.
Thank you very much, Mark. You didn't see Jeff sighing because you were not looking at him. We will let Jeff process this suggestion. So very briefly, Linda, Dave, any reaction on your side? Anything that you'd like to add? Can we wrap up or, yeah?
Thank you for the very valuable comments. They're going to help us as we go forward. So I really appreciate your time and attention this morning. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Linda and Dave, for your presentation and for the great work done. I think this was a great conversation for many reasons, but also because I see the board being really strategic about this and not just waiting that something goes out and wait for the results. So thank you very much for that. The main takeaways very briefly that I take from this is that in terms of the targeted audiences, what I have heard is that we should focus mostly on regulators and decision makers on the one side, and on the non-PA community. This was what I heard here around. Then with respect to the content and the message, not focus on the code or part 5, but mostly on the content of it, of what it means, the impact that it made, the result, the value proposition for the society and for the companies, the what we can add to the message, to the narrative going on around credibility, integrity, trust, and etc. So not being that much concerned about everybody understanding the technicality of the application of these standards, but taking profit of any awareness and buzz that we can create around ethics, hard ethics, by the way, let's call it like that, and not about these nice guys from the ethics board speaking about nice things. Sorry for the word, that the existing the board members, but also the past ones. And there again, I really expect you to come up with other suggestions going forward on possible opportunities that you identify for yourself to be there if you may need some help. But also on the tools, very important, these ideas that we should have a consistent message, bullet points, some notes about a very simple way of putting our narrative, materials to be distributed on LinkedIn by each one of us. And I was thinking like one slide that describes the project in its main characteristics and objectives, or other things like Hector mentioned. This kind of materials, the videos, the participation in capacity building initiatives, which has an incredible spread potential and educational potential. And finally, Sunam, with respect to IESBA and something that I also heard about the use of IFAC traditional instruments. Of course, this is all helpful. IFAC traditional instruments, the way IESBA addressed that, but I also agree that I don't know if it's doing better or doing more. It's about taking our own identity, and that is something that we can't forget. We are not one and the same. We don't have the same audiences necessarily, the same stakeholders, and we are at a different level of recognition and understanding. So we have to do our own job, of course, taking the best of what the others are doing and of the existing instruments. But for instance, the existing instruments can be very good to be put on the website, but they will be still unuseful if nobody looks at our website. So this is starting from a different point. This is a very extremely useful conversation, and we will try to make this ongoing conversation with the board, not with all the board probably, but with each one of you, or some of you, to get your help and contribution and to be provide information about what's going on. And with this, I think that we are going to close this topic a little bit later than expected, but it triggered so much interest that it was necessary to give the appropriate time. Anything else, Ken? James, who is also involved in this? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move to the next topic in the agenda, and the next topic in the agenda is a kind update from Andy Minter about the PI rollout project. Andy, without any other comments, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Looking forward to addressing the board without being provocative and controversial. So the so interrupt the sustainability program now already in progress. This is an update on the PI rollout. As was mentioned, and I think for the most part, the board members and public were going to update you on our coordination with. Actually, if we could pass this down to Sungnam, that would be terrific. The fully interactive presentation we have here. To update you on the a lot of it's going to be updating you on the IAASB coordination. Wanted to acknowledge the working group, which includes Rich, Sungnam, Felician, Luigi, and Yashu, and of course, very, very ably and effectively and massively led by our staff, Jeff and Laura. As was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of IAASB coordination very effectively happening. And I want to thank Sungnam for sitting in and participating and being acknowledged by the IAASB task force and the IAASB in its entirety, often publicly, for his dedicated and accurate, active coordination on our behalf. And so the presentation is really going to be about Sungnam updating us on the IAASB and where they are with regard to track one. We've updated you really track two, so the board is aware of what happened when we made our standard and our ethics code and how that was coordinated as is needed in oftentimes with the auditing standards and our as well. So when Sungnam is finished, I'll have a final comment about what's next for the working group and what's next for the board. But at this point, Sungnam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Andy, you have done more than what's needed for me. Yep. Yes, as a background, our board approved the PI revisions in December 2021. As a result, the definition of PI has been expanded and the term listed entities has been replaced with publicly traded entities. Further, the revisions introduced the transparency requirement for firms to publicly disclose the application of independence requirements for PI when they have done so. This is the background of our PI revisions that was introduced in 2021. And then in connection with our PI revisions, the IAASB set up a task force and commenced this PI project in 2 tracks. The objective of track 1 was to determine whether the auditor's report is the appropriate mechanism to enhance transparency about relevant ethical requirements about independence for certain entities, which mean PIs under our code. In June 2023, IAASB approved the revision to its standards to operationalize the transparency provision of our PI revisions with an effective date of December 15, 2024. This effective date is in line with our PI revisions. So for track 2, there are 3 objectives. The first is convergence between definitions and key concepts underlying key definitions used in our PI revisions and those on the ISQMs and ISERs. Second objective is establishing objective and guidelines to support IAASB's judgment in relation to those matters for which differential requirements for certain entities are appropriate. Lastly, determining whether and to what extent to amend the applicability of existing differential requirements for listed entities in ISQMs and ISERs. Further, in its meeting in June 2023, IESBA agreed to revise ISRE 2400 revised as part of Track 2 to address transparency about relevant ethical requirements for independence for certain entities in our code. This was made in consideration of our board decisions to maintain the scope of transparency requirement on our PI revisions for both audit and review engagements. Now, IWS's PI TF task force plans to seek an approval of its ED next week here. It includes the following points. The first is the same definition of PIs and listed entity as our PI revisions. Secondly, new general requirements in ISO 260 revised apply to audits of all entities, whether PI is PI or not, to address communication with those charged with governance about independence applied for audits. Thirdly, changes to illustrative auditor support in Appendix 2 of ISO 270 revised to maintain consistency with proposed extension for differential requirements for listed entities in ISO 700 revised and ISO 701 to apply to PIs. The fourth proposal is change to ISRE 2400 revised to address transparency about relevant ethical requirements for independence applied for certain entities, which are PIs. Lastly, a change will be made in ISQM1 and ISOs in connection with factors to evaluate extent of public interest of an entity. As IESBA representative, I have participated in each and every meeting held by IWSB PI TF. Also, our PI working group has provided our view to the TF as requested and necessary. In conclusion, our PI rollout working group's approach, the revisions proposed by IWSB PI TF, and our working group has a view that the proposed text aligns with our PI revisions and also the revisions approved by IESBA on the Track 1. Yep. Yeah, here I'll take a pause and then seek any view, any questions about PI revisions.
Thank you very much, Sungnam and Andy. Yes, the floor is open for any questions or comments that the board may have on the presentation, on this update. No comments, no questions, everything is clear. Back to you, Sungnam.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is the way forward. Q1, yeah, as I said, they're gonna seek an approval of the ED next week here. And then in Q1 next year, there'll be exposure draft released with a 90-day comment period. I believe they will receive all comments analyzed in Q2 or 3, and with a plan to finalize it by December next year. And then the effective date will be aligned with that of other IWSB projects, such as going concern and fraud. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sungnam. Andy, yes, please.
Yeah, no, just a final word. Thanks, Sungnam, and thanks again for all the coordination you've done on our behalf with the IESBA. And so again, just big picture, our board's remit was set out to expand the in the public interest, the additional enhanced ethical construct that were proposed to a broader number of audit reports. And we did that. We could do that on our own. We had the coordination in terms of the public disclosure of it because it affected the auditor's report, and the auditor's report is the remit of the IESB. And then it could have been the end of it there, but the IESB picked up what we started here in the public interest to expand the scope of the enhanced independence and ethical requirements. And now with this track 2 is it's essentially going through pretty much all of the auditing standards, which I find personally very satisfying that, in fact, it had that. It didn't have to have that, but they went through that. We have had a question from the IESB on how to achieve public disclosure that's required by our standard in the event when the auditor's report is not made public. So what's going to happen next is that the working group is going to meet in the first quarter to discuss this, to make a recommendation, and then we'll bring it forward to have something to discuss at our March meeting. So stay tuned for that. And again, thank you, Sungnam. Thank you also for the IESB for all their helpful coordination efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy, Sungnam, Jeff, and Laura. This is this kind of sometimes a little bit less visible work, but which adds a lot to what we do, because this coordination with IESB that some of you will recall was made necessary, or we found that it was necessary almost unexpectedly, and then it was necessary to do something in that respect, and that's what is going to allow this to align as it should in terms of the PI project and the PI objectives. So thank you for bringing this forward and to make this go in the right direction. Thank you very much. If there is no other comment, there are no other questions or whatever, we are going to stop here for a break, 4 minutes before shadow, and I'm very proud to say that. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, first of all, let me just say this is an excellent outcome in terms of the coordination with IESB on the PI rollout and PI project. This couldn't have been a better outcome for us. Granted, this is still in an exposure phase for them, but we're on a very good path in terms of the outcomes. A few administrative matters, if I may. There have been a few certificates for the leaving members and TAs. For those who have not signed those certificates, if you could just drop by Astu's desk over the break to put in your autograph, that would be greatly appreciated. Before the lunch break, as I had signaled, we will have the photograph session. It's going to happen in the reception area on the 6th floor. So if you could make your way there, of course, suitably attired in your blazing blue IESBA sweater, that would be greatly appreciated. And again, it's open to TAs and staff as well. And for the end of the day, we will be meeting at 5:30 in the lobby downstairs, and we will walk across to the bowling venue, and it should be about 20 minutes walk or so. For those who will choose to go there, you should have the address. If not, just connect with Astu, and I should provide the information. And it's basically the dress code is casual. So casual, but if you are able to have a pair of socks with you, that would be great. So just be prepared because there will be bowling shoes provided at the venue. Yep. So that's a bit of the rundown for the day. And once we have the bowling venue, there's going to be a bit of a reception, and then we'll have our time with the bowling alley, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. So we will break now, and we will be back at 5 after 11, 5 after hour. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for being back on time, which was not my case, and I apologize for that. But well, the breaks are always very short for everything that we have to do. Well, before we start, Ken would like to give an update on some administrative issues.
Thank you, Gabriel. Just an update, an updated announcement regarding the photo session. Vanya will be occupied with a presentation during lunchtime. It's starting at 12 noon. So for this reason, we are rescheduling the session to 1 p.m. So after lunch. So in other words, as you come back from lunch, if you could assemble in the reception area around 1:05 p.m. and everything will be set up, and then we can take the photos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Well, and the next topic in the agenda, as you know, is a discussion by the board of about a new project that we'll be starting now on CIVs. The working group or staff team is gonna tell you more about the background of this project. Some of you around the table will recall that this was a hot topic in the past with respect to the definition of PI, with some strong views that these CIVs should be included in the definition. Then we all agreed at the board and with our stakeholders that it was not the best way to address it, but the IESBA made a commitment to bring this topic forward and analyze it further. It has been a little bit delayed because of the urgencies of sustainability, but it's now time to address it properly. The other thing that I'd like to raise before we start, I give the floor to the group, is that this is going to be the first staff-driven project. Sorry for the hesitation, but there has been some internal inconsistency in the language about staff driven based, etc. So the staff-led, staff-driven model will be implemented for the first time with this working group. And this will be also the opportunity for us to have a discussion with the board about how going forward this should be addressed. Although this is a pilot, we haven't started yet, so we don't have any concrete ideas that to discuss at this point. And with this, I'll give the floor to Linda. The group is going to be, sorry? The group is going to be composed by Linda Big, Jen Viljon, and John Reed. They will be the staff team who is going to bring this forward. Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. As you can see, the slides have come on the screen. And welcome to this session. Next slide, please. So we have three main topics on the agenda. Project team, background, and overview of terms of reference. So the project team, as the chair mentioned, this is IESBA's first staff-led project. So we'll spend a few minutes kind of exploring what that looks like. Then we'll move into the background. John will share highlights of really the journey. How did we get here? Why is this project deemed to be relevant for IESBA's consideration? And then Jean will take the board through the terms of reference, and then we'll wrap up with an invitation to the board to comment on the approach and request approval of the terms of reference. So next slide, please. Project team, as Gabriela mentioned, I'll chair the project with the support of John Reed and Jean Viljon. The project team, that project team has combined experience of approximately 60 years in audit, accounting, ethics, regulation, standards, a lot of experience there, which may speak to my age. Anyway, in addition, the team will be supported by a consultant, Richard Fleck. Many of you may know Richard. Richard is the former deputy chair of IESBA and was task force chair of several notable projects. Next slide. All right, so the staff-led model. Now, I guess the question is, where Where did this come from? Why is this important? You may know for a number of years, the monitoring group has expressed their interest in the I guess the foundation of IESBA, and they have noted that there is a need for standard setting boards to be as independent as possible. That led to the creation of IFEA, the International Federation of Ethics and Assurance. And from that, we have leadership. The executive leadership has discussed how best to move forward with standard setting projects. And they decided to develop this staff-led model. This is a model that has been used, as I understand, or is being used by IASB and has been successful. So the principles of this model have been shared with IESBA staff back in the summer, and we learned that this project, the CIV project, will be the first staff-led project. So this is going to be an interesting journey for us, and we look forward to, I think, what the end result is going to be, what we're going to learn, and how are we going to use what we learned from this journey to move forward with more staff-led projects. So what does the staff-led model look like? The project team will be responsible for all aspects of planning and execution of a project. That means obtaining the knowledge necessary to execute the standard setting process. To accomplish these objectives, the team will operate using the same basic processes as the task force model, which means regularly scheduled progress meetings, group deliberation, challenge, action, deployment. As I look more specifically at kind of the remit of the staff-led with regard to the project team functions, I think everything, they have basically incorporated everything into this model that would be part of the task force model. So again, project accountability, developing that project strategy, presenting to board members and other stakeholders, doing project management. The project team will be responsible for managing this project and making sure we go forward and we present deliverables to the board at agreed times. We will be responsible for research and analysis, and that means project-specific research and analyzing discerning points of alignment to really understand the issue that we're talking about and to understand the technical content. You know, perhaps at the end of a project, that may mean there could be a variety of things that could come out of that project. It could be more application guidance. It could be revisions to standards. But, you know, there's no way to know until you go through that research project to figure out exactly what the end product is going to look like. And at the end of the project, there would be external outreach. And so the project group, the project team would be responsible for that. Again, I believe that leadership has properly incorporated all of the aspects of the task force model into this project or the staff-led model. So let me just talk a little bit about the elephants in the room, because I would be remiss if I didn't at least speak to those. So you may think, well, you know, there could be a lack of expertise if the task force model is removed. Valid question, right? But the great thing is with this staff-led model, we still have access to the same resources. It's just we have more flexibility to access those resources as needed. So we've already received offers for assistance on the CIV project, and there are, you know, a number of quite knowledgeable people out there that we're able to access to help us inform how to move forward, to help us understand the issues better. So we believe that we will have access to all the necessary resources to have the expertise that's needed. Now, the transition is going to require new avenues and actions. So that may mean liaising with firm experts, or liaising with regulatory experts, or even having reference groups. And we've seen the success of reference groups and expert groups in our sustainability project, as well as our technology work that we're doing. So these things have already been used very successfully. So that's one elephant, you know, the expertise gap. There will not be an expertise gap. We have ways to fill that gap. Secondly, ensuring proper challenge mechanism. I like my team members. I hope they like me. So it would be easy to just say, well, okay, everybody's just going to go along with what the other person says because they seem to know what they're talking about. No, it's not going to happen that way. If by chance we do all agree to something, we will still, again, be talking to experts in the field. We will be bringing the results of our research back to the board for discussion. And that is the point where if we haven't properly challenged issues, you will properly challenge those issues. So the element of challenge will not diminish because of the way the model is being structured. In fact, I would almost argue that it's better because there is, in my opinion, a greater degree of objectivity and less bias if you are not working on the project yourself. You are able to take a fresh look at the work that we've done, at the recommendations that we're putting forward, and understand that at the same time as everybody else. And that leads to a greater level of objectivity and less bias than if you worked on that project yourself. So what are the critical success factors of a staff-led model? First and foremost, regular, robust communications with the board. We recognize that as critical. There needs to be transparency. There needs to be a clear understanding of the work that we're doing, the findings that we have identified, how we plan on moving forward. That's critical. We need to have the flexibility to explore different methodologies and finding the best way forward. So we need your support on this. Again, this is something very new to this board. And so we need flexibility, we need support, we need understanding, and we need to be allowed to possibly stumble a bit and find our way. But we also need to be able to develop a model that is replicable for other projects, because there is a belief that this is a good way to go forward. So, let's take advantage of the lessons learned from this team in finding a way to move forward with the model. I think that is all I have at this point. So let's move on to the next slide, please. So I'll turn it over to John to share how we got here and why we're here.
Okay, thank you, Linda. So yeah, I just wanted to provide a bit of a background on what's led to this project and obviously the importance of the project, and elaborating on some of the things that Gabriella mentioned in the opening to this session. So IESBA committed to explore the definitions of listed entity and public interest entity, and whether they should be revised as part of the strategy and work plan for 2019 to 2023. Then in 2021, there was an exposure draft for proposed revisions to the definitions of listed entity and public interest entity. And what that did, it included a list of proposed mandatory categories of PIEs, and that included an entity whose function is to provide post-employment benefits, or a PEB, and an entity whose function is to act as a collective investment vehicle and which issues redeemable financial instruments to the public, so a CIV. So these categories were included taking into considerations that PEBs and CIVs have been identified as PIEs in various jurisdictions, and also the potential impact on a large number of stakeholders in relation to those entities in the event that there was a failure of such entities. But at the time, IESBA recognised that it could potentially scope in small entities, and that the proposals anticipated that local bodies would be required to refine these categories from a jurisdictional perspective. With the stakeholder feedback on the exposure draft, it highlighted a number of concerns that related to including both CIVs and PIBs as mandatory PI categories. Firstly, it highlighted that there was significant differences and diversity in the nature, structure, and the size of PEBs and CIVs across various jurisdictions. Comments also noted that the high-level definitions did not take into account these variations in the types of arrangements covered. So, for example, it might have picked up, small single employer pension funds, which may have very few stakeholders. And then also things like self-managed super funds. So for an example, in Australia, self-managed super funds can have a maximum of only 5 members. So obviously only a very small number of stakeholders. And then from the perspective of CIVs, there was queries raised as to whether management companies would be covered or whether it was just the funds themselves that would be caught by the definitions. So obviously there was some significant concerns raised about the categories and that they would capture potentially a large number of entities that might have very few stakeholders and whether that was actually in the public interest. So taking all that feedback into account, IESBA determined not to include CIVs and PEBs as high categories in the final standard. IESBA believed that due to the diversity in structure and size, it might impose a disproportionate burden on local bodies to determine what should be scoped in or not. And it was also believed that removing CIVs and PIBs that would reduce potential inconsistencies across jurisdictions. However, to address the importance of the issue, IESBA included a strong encouragement in the final standard for local bodies to take a bottom-up approach rather than that mandatory list, and to consider adding additional categories of public interest entities, and that would include things like CIVs and pension funds. So a number of jurisdictions have already done this, so things like South Africa, Australia and New Zealand, and there's also a number of jurisdictions that have determined not to include these categories, such as member states in the EU. Let's change the slide. So as part of the process, IESBA acknowledged obviously the complexity of these arrangements and the degree of variation across jurisdictions. But it also recognised that the need to address the public interest associated with CIVs and PEBs from an auditor independence perspective that still remained. So in addition to the encouragement for the jurisdictions to add CEVs and pension funds as pie categories, the IESBA also committed, with the support of the PIOB, to undertake a holistic review of CIVs and pension funds, as well as investment company complexes. So next slide. So this is the impetus for the establishment of this project and the project team. And it's also, as you've heard, has been included as an ongoing project in the proposed strategy and work plan, which will be discussed later today. So the focus of the review will include necessary outreach and research to make sure we fully understand the issues. So the project team will review CIV and pension fund arrangements, as well as their relationship with the trustees, managers and advisors, to determine how the independence provisions and the application of the related entity definition in the code apply in respect of these arrangements. So this would also assess things such as whether there might need to be, as Linda mentioned, there might need to be guidance on related party or independence issues within audit firms, for example, where the firm might be auditing the fund or the fund manager or the advisor or the trustee, as well as the application of things around non-assurance services. I just wanted to note the change in reference there between during the ED phase, it was talking about PEB, so post-employment benefits, whereas we're looking at this more from pension fund perspective, because during the feedback from the exposure draft, it was clear that this terminology PEB might inadvertently include entities that probably shouldn't be included. So things like employers, because obviously employer might be, her function might include providing in post-employment benefits, as well as things around insurance, that sort of thing. So the focus is more on the pension fund aspect. The project team will also review investment company complexes and consider how the code addresses these structures in relation to things around terms and definitions, and clarifying which entities or arrangements within such a complex or arrangement should be considered as related entities from an independence perspective. So essentially the focus of the review is to increase our understanding of how these entities are structured, the control of the funds, the role of the advisors, the trustees, etc., and how this varies across the various jurisdictions, and then looking at how the code's definition of related entity and therefore the application of the independence provisions will apply. So I'll pass over to John now.
Thanks, John. With the background that John provided, as well as the background that Lena provided around the Starfleet model, the terms of reference was drafted. And I'm just really going to run through the terms of reference quick. Well, try to. So this slide just kind of captures exactly what John just said of what the objective of the project team would be during this project or during this research that we will be conducting. In the end, that we will be providing a report and recommendations to the board for consideration at the end of 2024. So as mentioned, the focus of the project team would be to focus on the relationships of these different structures with their trustees, the fund managers, and how then the related or the independence provisions and the application of the related entity definition in the code, whether this still remains fit for purpose in the code. So how will this be done? So the approach is that we will be conducting an initial desktop research on CIVs and pension funds in the different jurisdictions and how their relationships with the different parties, such as the trustees, the managers, and the advisors. We will also be conducting a desktop research on the intricacies of the investment company complexes. And here we will take into account the United States Securities Exchange Commission's independence and related rules on investment company complexes. In addition to the desktop research, the project team will engage with experts and stakeholders to obtain the insights on the issues and the relationships and understand the different perspectives and to share knowledge. So some of the stakeholders that the project team will be engaging with is the firm, securities and prudential regulators, the national standard setters, and even members around this table that has expertise in this field. In addition, the project team will liaise with the IESBA task forces and working groups, which will include the Public Interest Entity Working Group, the Benchmarking Working Group, as well as also engaging with the Non-Assurance Task Force and the IESBA PI Task Force as needed. So during the strategy and work plan and responses to the provided by the respondents, some of them also offered their expertise, and we'll be reaching out to those as well. So the question is, what will be delivered? So on a quarterly basis, we will provide the board an update on the issues identified as well as preliminary findings. As mentioned, a report on the findings and the recommendations will be presented at the end of 2024. And as appropriate, we, as a project team, will issue a communication to stakeholders, whether that's some non-authoritative material or clarification based on some of the issues that we come across. Linda, if I can hand back to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much to John and Sean for their information on the project. So here we are, next steps. We come to you today with our terms of reference, all right? This is the starting point of this staff-led project. But we are very eager to get started. We've scheduled our first meeting next week, assuming that the terms of reference are approved. Our first meeting next week to really speak to what, our timelines, what we want to accomplish, what our objectives are. And then we'll be able to bring back to you in March at the board meeting a much more substantive report with what we found, what our understanding is of the CIVs, of pension plans, of the complex investment company complexes. We've got to develop that underlying understanding first, and then figure out, okay, what's the problem? Because really, honestly, what is the problem that needs to be solved here? Anytime we go into a project, that should always be the first question. So we have to develop that foundational understanding, then ask, what's the problem that needs to be solved? And that's going to inform how we go forward. So we hope to come back to you. We will come back to you in March with an update to you and to also the SAC with regard to what our plan is and how we will move forward with deliverables. And we will provide those updates to the board quarterly. We have targeted to present preliminary findings to the board and SAC in September of 2024 and present a final report to the board in December of 2024. Again, I want to remind board members that we are pilot testing a new methodology. for a project that is very technical and at this point ambiguous. So please bear that in mind. We will come back to you in March with much more substantive information. And with this in mind, let's go to the next slide. And I would invite members to provide their feedback on the proposed scope and approach, and also any questions that you may have in working towards approval of the proposed terms of reference. So thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you very much, Linda, John, and John, for the presentation and for the very advanced insights and reflections about the future staff-led, staff-driven. I think it's the language that we are preferring now, staff-driven model. I'm very curious to listen to the board members about all of this. It's really, again, a completely new thing, not only in terms of scope, but in terms of a subject, but in terms of a strategic approach. So thank you very much in advance for your comments. And I'm going to start by you, Laurie, even if you were not the first because this time I saw your.
Great. Thank you, and thank you, team, for the presentation. I think it's great. I'm very supportive of the staff-led model. I think it helps us start to leverage and get things done, and also addresses, I think, the concerns around independence. And frankly, look, I've been on 2 task forces in the past year, and the staff we've had on those have been mission critical in terms of every aspect of those projects. Carla on tax and Cam on experts. So this is a logical next move. I think the advice I could give on this is, as you think about how to make this successful, because you will stumble and you will have issues you have to work through. The timing of when you bring expertise in is very important. I think I hearken back to thinking about a time when it didn't work. And that's a great way to look for lessons learned, I think, is the No-CLAR project that we had years ago. That sort of great project, but the early days were very difficult in terms of getting practical advice, and the practical implementability of that project was, I think, a falling down point. So I think in terms of avoiding the errors, that one's worth looking back at. Ultimately, it landed well, and I think in a very good place, and it was always a very good standard. So good luck, and fully supportive of what you're trying to do. And I think we have great people, so this should work.
Thank you very much, Laurie. And now Andy, who was actually the first one raising the flag.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, working group. But no, looking forward to it, and I've as Laurie has beat me to it, I have full faith and confidence, as should the public, in terms of the technical expertise that I see before me. So no worries there. In terms of looking to the board and other things we can do, I have confidence that within the other responsibilities that you have, that you'll be given adequate time and resources for this, but definitely report back to the board in the event that there's some, because I think that's part of our oversight role in that, to make sure. And also the PI working group is called out specifically as one to interact. One thing in terms of the terms of reference in the desktop research that maybe is embodied in item B in the agenda item, but I was quite keen on keeping this category in the PI definition, but ultimately did understand for all the reasons you mentioned. I had heard anecdotes that a lot of entities that might otherwise be subject to this could have been caught up in the publicly traded category. And so in the desktop research, I think I'd be supported by, if you can do it, as to how that overlap is what level of CIVs that would otherwise be included are already included because of the definitions as they've been modified for the publicly traded mandatory category. So that'd be kind of cool, please.
Thank you very much, Andy. Sadia, please.
These are exciting times, the first staff-led project. But maybe I should start off by saying that this board will be considering pi or implications of pi in various forms. So the essence of this project is very important. I fully support the project for 3 reasons. The monitoring group agreed that this is going to be the basis, and it has left us to implement, and we are implementing. I'm sure we'll learn from these activities. The second reason is we committed to doing it in the pi project. And the third one is that the output seems reasonable. December 2024 is something that will be attained. I have 2 cautions though. The first one is about creating a global inventory on the definition of CIVs, pension funds, and investment complex. And this is from personal experience in one jurisdiction on how difficult it has been to do and how much outreach we'd had. If the information is available, it would be easy to do. Where the information is not available, you're going to see nuances of different treatment in different countries or jurisdictions. The other thing would be is that as you consider this research, I wouldn't limit it to just the G6 countries. Would consider more global outreach on emerging developments and economies to see how they treat these type of entities, because it is a global code. And I have 2 questions for clarifications, and maybe it's of a governance. So our current structure is that task forces are timed with the term of a member. Have we considered how we would treat any staff changes on a task force, and how we're going to mitigate for that? The second question is on I'm going to get the name correctly, on the Standards Research and Support Center. Do we have any feedback on what's the timing of that project?
Well, Linda, you're looking at me. I suppose that the question is partially for me. I don't know if you want to respond to the first part. And
I guess my part, and maybe I'm a little naive, but I think as far as the staff changes within the team, I guess it would be treated as with any staff changes. So I don't know if I'm properly understanding your question. Perhaps you could elaborate, or if somebody wants to add something else to that.
Well, I may add something which I don't know if we'll respond Sadia's question. Kenan and James will be here to help me, because this is being really a joint reflection. It's not my reflection or Ken's reflection, and that's how this should work in the future. Now, I started by saying that we don't have any rules in place or any process in place yet about how this is going to work with the board. We have certainties and clear ideas about a few things. First, this is going to be a staff-driven, and we prefer the word driven after discussion, because the team will not lead in the sense of leadership, will drive the work. The board will still be needed as much as it is now in a different format, and expectedly with a more strategic input to the work and less technical, with the oversight responsibilities as Andy mentioned, and etc. And this is what we have for sure. Now, how this is what is going to work in practice, and I hope that you trust us and you believe that as we say this, that's what we want to put in place. If we are going to get it right on the first pilot, we don't know, but as Linda was saying, we will learn from this experience. Each project is a project, depending on the subject, depending on the timelines, depending on many things. The governance with the board can be different. It can be needed to have a sounding board group with whom the team interacts very frequently, or not. I'm thinking, for instance, a PIR, a post-implementation review. I don't expect when we get there that the board is invited to provide comments and strategic input on a even monthly basis. It's more an operational work. So we will try not, at least at the start, to standardize it too much, because we will need to see organically how it goes. And I'm being completely transparent. I could come here and say it's going to be this and that, and we have rules in place and a process and a framework. We don't, and we don't want to have it. Also for another reason. This is about the staff driven model. And the staff driven model was something that the monitoring group conceived and said, well, you have to put it in place. Okay. And we think that there can be many advantages on it, depending on how we are going to establish it. But this is a staff-driven model in an organization which is, and you'll hear about it tomorrow, which is concerned about the culture of the organization, saying all over that we are putting people first, and the slogan that we chose is empowering the people to shape the future. So at least my approach as chair of this board, and Ken fully shares it because we spoke, is that this has to come mostly from the staff. The staff should start by saying, well, how we think that this should work is this. And then we discuss, me as chair, you as board, and we will for sure provide very substantive input. But we cannot come here and say to staff, hey, this is a staff driven model, and I'm going to tell you how this is going to work and what you are going to do, when, how, and with tools. It has to be the other way around. And if we want to really walk the talk about what we are speaking in terms of culture of the organization, in terms of empowering the people and people first, and etc. This won't for sure dilute the role of the board. I'm saying on the contrary, because what will be expected from the board is probably even more difficult and more substantive, which is the really strategic direction, monitoring, oversight, etc. It's just a matter of putting in place the right governance so that this works for the success of the projects. Changes at the staff level, Sadia. I don't know exactly what your question is. As you know, we are reinforcing the staff to put in place, which is necessary to put in place this staff-driven model. And this doesn't happen from one day to the other. And this is also why it would be a mistake, to my view, to immediately go to the staff-driven model without having the necessary tools in place. That would mean that we would just replicate the same model with a different name. So we have to, this is a phased approach, a phased process as we reinforce the staff, and we are already doing it. And look at the three members of this team. They all joined the IESBA this year. So they are a good example of how the staff is changing and growing. And as we grow, we will make sure that this is sustainable. Which is a good word. This is sustainable, but that it really achieves the objectives. We are not going to impose the staff and the board, or that all the groups and all the projects will work on a staff-driven model before we test it, and we are sure that we have the necessary tools in place. Ken, James, do you want to add anything, or are we going to leave it partially for tomorrow? I don't know.
Maybe just one brief comment, and then I'll pass on to James to add, and especially on the question about the sheds, shed center. Having seen the smiling faces on slide 4, I'm convinced we won't have any staff changes. So that's all I want to say. But anyway, joking aside, as Gabriel has said it, we're going to be operating with really an agile mindset, and we will respond as needed to any changes if they happen at all.
Thank you. And just on the shared model, we have posted a job request for that position. So on our website, we've marketed it through the communicative channels for job search. It outlines our intended focus of that part of our organization, the role and the type of individual we are looking for to lead that initiative, and also sort of the elements that it will be considering. So we are recruiting it. It's being posted. We've had a number of other recruiting exercises happening at the moment, including at the IESB. So we are receiving some applicants, but we're not in a position yet to undertake interviews. However, if it would be of help, I will share that job specification with the board, and then please pass along to any potential candidates.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken and James. And moving forward with the comments, Chana.
Thank you, Chair. Very supportive of the project. And thank you, Linda and the team, for the presentation. With respect to the staff-led model, this is not new. APSB always had a staff-led model, and that's because we operate under corporate structure, and it's important to preserve the independence of the board members. So we always, for 17 years, had a staff-led model. So I think it can work. It has worked. The only sort of variation we have is that for each task force, a board member is allocated as an observer. So the board member will come and observe the discussion at the task force meeting so that they know what's happening. So there's a sort of a link back to the board. But other than that, it has been staff who has been driving the projects. And you have one who already has experienced that in the team as well. Getting back to the topic of PIEs, I think I'm with Andy in the sense that we really wanted the post-employment benefit and CIVs included. And I think in Australia, we have worked it out. There was, at the time, I mean, Ken will recall, there seemed to be opposition on it, mainly coming from the EU countries. And it's got to do with the EU definition. And I think they find it hard to change the legislation in 27 countries to accommodate it. And we might have to have a think about how we sort of communicate with them and sort of see what can be done in the longer term. Because at the end of the time, somewhere down the time in the 3-5 years down the track, if we are going to change the PI definition to include those, then we'll come up with the same problem.
Thank you very much, Chana. I know by heart the difficulty you are speaking about. I could tell a story about the transposition of the audit regulation, for instance, into the Portuguese law, which I was responsible for. And by the time we had the same discussions, we decided to put CIVs and pension funds in, and 3 years after, we proposed the Ministry of Finance, and it was approved to put them out because it was just to start from a supervisory perspective, not possible to oversee appropriately an incredible number of very small things. But this depends very much on the jurisdiction, and this brings us to what I think was decided, I was not there, that this is the minimum that every jurisdiction should have, and then every jurisdiction is allowed to add something if in their countries it is relevant. So I don't think that's reopening the discussion about the PI definition is going to be is going to take us to the right direction, but of course this is going to be for the group to discuss. Mark.
Thank you. So firstly, really supportive of the staff-led model. I remember at the time that the reforms were being proposed, the monitoring group thought this was a really important development. And it would give the board much more capacity to be able to focus on strategic issues and, you know, develop a cadre of staff who could take forward these projects in a faster time scale as well. I would say that we went through this at the FRC in 2012. We haven't looked back. If you want a sort of valuable resource who sat there at the time, you can ask Keith. And he can no doubt tell you some of the things that worked really well and some of the things that you might want to sort of be careful about, you know, bumps in the road. With regards to the project, I think it's just the right sort of thing to start off on. My one word of caution is I think that the legislative framework in this area, certainly in the UK and a number of other jurisdictions that I'm aware of, is moving really quickly. So I think listening to sort of Sadia's caution about trying to sort of develop an understanding of how it works globally is possibly going to be, a bit of a big bite. And then the only other thing is, I would say that I'd probably lean towards China in terms of where I think these things should be on the scale. But obviously, really interested to see how this project goes. It's a really good test case, and good luck with it.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle.
Thank you. I'm also supportive for this model. I think it's a good choice of first subject to be driven through that model. I was puzzled by this support center, which is, if I understand, is going to be one person, one treasure. And I was wondering, is it going to be a person that are dedicated to IESBA, shared with IEESB, and or IFAC, I don't know, and to what extent there was inside this model the coordination with IEESB incorporated.
Yeah, I forget the amount of detail that may have been provided already by the shared center. I think when I share that job spec, I spoke about it earlier, but let me, the prior meeting, let me sort of phrase it. It won't be one individual. It's probably one senior individual to lead that function, probably over time supported by one or two staff. We are looking for secondments. As part of our staff build model is going to be a number of additions of permanent staff, also secondments. So we are undertaking a more structured approach to build up our secondment profile. And that was envisioned in our monitoring group recommendations and our way forward. That is an excellent home for some very talented, specialized people, especially around research, around methodology, and so forth. So I think the function will be supported by more than one individual, but I imagine between 3 and 4, depending on the needs. We'll see how it goes. Secondly, it is dealing with functions that are of common value to both boards. And so there are functions, if you imagine, conducting a research survey in terms of the setup for methodology, for analyzing the findings, etc. We know both boards do post-implementation reviews. Both boards do it differently. Both boards don't have expertise in that area. So that's a function. I'll be asking staff what they, as leaders of our new projects going forward, where they need investment. They might say, we need more investment in academic research. We might need more global survey work. We may need more policy or protocols for how we approach groups. So it's undefined completely what that role will be due, but it will be looking principally at our research, our policies and our practices, our inputs to the standard setting boards, and also I think in terms of our strategic approach to stakeholder management. Again, both boards have a common set of groups, but it's providing a bit more investment in that area so we can continue to improve our engagement. So that's it in a nutshell. We hope to launch that later this fall, but I think it will be about, probably about a year or so before that's fully equipped as we bring on secondments. I hope that's helpful, but happy to answer any other questions offline or aside.
Yeah, and thank you very much, James. To add to that, to your question, is it being agreed between the IEESB and IESBA? So it's a shared center, so it's supposed to provide services to both boards. We have been discussing it. I mean, this is the first year of this new structure, and we can't expect that we agree on everything at the same time. Also because we are working on this culture exercise. Cultures are not exactly the same. We sometimes come to the conclusion, which is obvious, that we don't need the same things because we are at different levels of development. The matters are different. The approach is a little bit different. So it takes time until we get to a common shore. This is one of the topics that we will probably be still discussing because, as James said, there is a call for candidates, or how you call, which has been put out. But I think that what results from what James said is that we know a lot of things that could follow into that research center, but we don't know exactly what we will need tomorrow. And we probably have slightly different visions, and it's not immediately obvious that the person that we need is that one with that profile. It's something, it's work in progress, but it will exist. And I think it's going to be, if we choose, if we define the right profile and the mandate and the right person, it can be extremely useful for us in many areas. The problem is that I am, as usual, so ambitious that I see so many responsibilities that could be given to that person or that center that it's not going to be possible, I believe. We would need a full team for all those responsibilities, but we will get there. And I hope that this responds. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. I fully support the project out and the way it'll be executed as outlined in the terms of reference. I think we're spot on there. I would just add that obviously this is new. Some things will go well, some things will go ways we didn't expect them to go. I for one, and I hope all of us just have some flexibility around that. And I don't think the staff should worry about that. I think, if the full report isn't ready for the March meeting, give us what you have, and the rest comes in a couple of weeks later, send it to us. I think we should have that kind of flexibility here. It's a process that ultimately is designed to end in a result. We don't have to be rigid as we go through this, particularly the first time, because it's going to be a little fluid, I think, but fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Rania.
So I'm also very supportive of this model for all the advantages that you mentioned. My only question pertains to the issue of the consultant. I was just wondering what is his role, and has it been decided already, or is his presence on this project contingent on the findings, of the research phase, the first initial research phase of this project? So, yeah.
Happy to respond to this, Rania. Yes, so we are using Richard Fleck as a consultant primarily for his deep expertise of the code. Richard has been involved in a number of projects that have resulted in the standards in the code, especially in the area of independence, in particular the non-assurance services provisions. But more importantly, Richard is going to be used essentially as a sounding board for the project team. He has a very extensive experience on the drafting. And given, as Gabriel has mentioned, that we have a relatively fresh team here, the 3 members of the team essentially have joined our staff this year. So it's useful to have a sort of an experienced pair of hands available to provide again that sort of the bit of guidance if and when needed. So he's going to be there providing a bit of that support. I will be there myself, but perhaps not with my full availability given other demands on my time, etc. But that's why essentially we're using Richard. Thank you.
And nevertheless, I'm going to offer Ken by Christmas a cape with an S of the super Ken. It's everywhere. Thank you for that. It's very reassuring. Well, I think that, Sanjeev, sorry.
Absolutely fine. Very, very supportive, and I think a good presentation, Linda. I think Laurie mentioned in the beginning, staff has been our backbone for all the projects. Including Ken, who's, as Gabriela mentioned, he's in all the projects, and how he manages jumping from one to the second to the third and then coming back, and then hats off to you, Ken. But I think we have a great team. I'm sure you'll do well. You may have some challenges, but I think people who do work will face challenges, so you'll have to take it in your stride, move on, and all the very best to you.
Thank you very much for these words, Sanjeev, and I'll get back to that topic. Begonia?
Thank you, Chair.
Well, as you well know, the PIOB was very much supportive of dealing with these CIBs and pension funds and other institutions, because we think that in some cases it could be in the public interest that they are considered PIs. So we very much welcome that this is going to be, well, you are already working on that, but it's going to be an effort, an additional effort to have the project working. We think that well, the new staff model will work as good, so we don't have any reason not to think so, and is part of the request of the monitoring group. So let's see how it goes. And we have a doubt about this standard research and support center. We did not understand what really means. I understood through Christelle that it's going to be one person. I really don't understand. Ken gave some other explanations, or James gave some explanations, but I still don't understand what this really mean. But let's see if this is more clear in the future. Thank you.
Sorry, Begonia, I don't know, maybe James or Ken want to add something. What I would say in a very simple way is that this shared center has been agreed in the work planning project work that we have been doing since last year when setting up the foundation. The foundation, we have the foundation, we have the two boards, and we agreed that it would be important for many reasons to have some shared center, not only because it also it provides an opportunity to bridge the two boards and to get them closer, but also and mainly because we have some shared needs that, and it would be from a management perspective, it would be a mistake in some cases to have separated resources to do the same things. It may happen in some areas because we don't really need exactly the same thing, but in terms of what we are projecting for this shared center, which can be, well, I'm not going to start with what's in my mind, but I'm going just to allude what's in the documents. Otherwise you would not go for lunch, but research, knowledge, a little bit of education, data gathering, all these things, we both need it, and we need specialized people, or at least people who are focused in those topics. So it would be from a management perspective, from a resource budget perspective, a mistake if we were to hire people to provide data to the IESBA and people to provide data to the IESB and research and education, etc. So we thought, and this was also part of our approach to establishing the foundation, the best staff-based model or staff-driven model, etc., that we could have this research center. What it will be in the future, it can be as many things as we want it to be. For sure, it will be, I hope, something that will help us both boards to be best supported in areas where we have extreme difficulties in having support, because the staff and etc. are very much focused on the technical and operational work, but sometimes they need things to do the work right, which this support center, let's call it like the research center, could provide. I don't know if I was clear, James?
Yeah, and let me just elaborate. We in setting out sort of the principal architecture of the staff-led model, we've spoken to a number of other standard setters, and many of them, IFRS, the PCAOB, and others, all had use of a center to which the technical staff can leverage and be supported by. So, for example, give an example, the US PCAOB has a Center for Economic Analysis. It's great empirical and research evidence feeding into the technical team standard setting process, just to give an example. So that's the idea. Let me just explain the management leverage model that's being used. So I'll oversee 3 boards. And at one point, I'll just give you an example. I had Ken trying to do the budget. I had Willie trying to do the budget. I had my other directors doing the budget. All of them weren't hired to do the budget, and all of them were no good at doing the budget. So, Brett, no, it was very clear that we needed to free up the technical team's capacity to do what they were hired for, and to actually better invest in fiscal management or budgetary management. So The idea is very simple. I'm going to hire a COO, and Brett's involved, and it's a leverage model, and people start doing the job they were hired for. And when we think about our technical team on the front and center, dealing with your concerns, the project ambitions, the technical material, this center, or I call it center of excellence, will help deepen our investment in areas that are going to help staff produce thoughtful, informed, evidence-based data for your recommendations on that basis. So that's the philosophy. I hope that helps clarify.
Okay, so thank you very much for all these very incredibly precious comments and contributions that we made. But I'll start in my last final comments to this topic. Well, of course, to thank again the group, I don't know how to call you, project team, is that it? Okay, new names, project team for the work already done. And if you look at the terms of reference, you see that a lot of substantial work beyond the rest has already been done. Secondly, and I think this is the most important takeaway that I'd like to highlight, is thank this board for your incredible trust and confidence on the staff. And how much you praise them. I can't help but stressing that every time that a task force chair and etc. starts and finishes the work, mentions the staff. This is not like this everywhere, and it's not. I think it's from the way I get it. It's not like because you are kind and educated. It's because this board is really generous in terms of recognizing the work of the staff and etc. And this is incredibly important. And this is one of the reasons why I think this is all working so well. I think that the staff does never feel that they are being used as manpower workforce, but as really part of the projects and of the success. Just like the board doesn't feel that they have to be in a certain position with respect to the staff, and this trust and confidence, just like in other areas, is key for the well function of the board. I was curious about your reaction. I must say, I was not afraid. Curious about the reaction of this board about the staff driven model and about implementing it for the first time. And what I saw here in all the interventions was full trust, full confidence, no problems with the idea that you are not going to be important in the future, that you are not going to be heard, and etc. This is not like this everywhere, and so I'm very grateful for these very incredible people around this table who will for sure make this work, and for the recognition of the staff, which is something that I will never highlight enough. The fact that you do it, the fact that you recognize it, it's I think an incredible value, a precious asset for this board to work well. So with this, I think that we will finish here a little bit later than sorry. Oh, Linda, sorry.
Can we get approval of the terms of reference?
Okay, I'm sorry. Does everybody approve the terms of reference? Formally, yes. Okay, thank you very much, Gerard. Sorry for skipping the formality. I was assuming that, but I shouldn't. Thank you, and we will get back in 1 hour.
Yeah, with 1 hour, and just to remind again for those who didn't hear the updated announcement, the board picture will be taken after lunch. So as you come back for the reading time, we'll meet upstairs on the 6th floor in the reception area around 1:05 and 1:10. Given that now we are sort of 10 minutes past. Thank you.
Get with your IESBA jacket on, right?
For the photo session, yes.
Check, check, check.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch and the pictures, the photo session, and the jackets, and that you are ready to for 1 hour more of meeting before we head to our bowling session. Don't forget the socks. Well, the program for this afternoon is to approve the strategy and work plan. So this is an important moment for this board. I'll reserve my comments for the end of the session. For now, what I need to say is to thank the staff, namely John and Jeff, for the very expedited, very professional way they approached the need to turn around the whole the document in accommodating the board members' comments and also some planning committee members' comments, last minute ones, namely from me, and I apologize for that because I made their lives a little bit more difficult last night. So thank you very much for that. And I'll give the floor to Jeff and John to present on the main changes made. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriella, and good afternoon, everyone. So we had, as you might recall, on Monday, it seems like a long time ago, but on Monday we had some great discussions and we had some robust discussions and great views and comments from the board. Of course, focusing on the strategic focus on firm culture and governance, and the other strategic focus that at the time we were calling it expanding the scope of the code, which I hope that you've all read the revised turnaround version that we're changing it just to make it clearer. So we'll walk through some of those key changes. We'll get your feedback, and then we will go through that due process with Ken in just a minute. So the first, we spent a bit of time talking about firm culture, of course, and we have received your strong support on this particular strategic focus and also the work stream, the new work stream on firm culture and governance. You might recall the main discussion points was on relating to how it relates to the topic on the definition of audit client. And because of its linkage, there were some comments about how we can make sure that in this particular work stream that we could touch on it. So the planning committee had a chat afterwards and just discussing the comments that we have received. And what the planning committee is suggesting is that, as you will see in the documents, in the revised document, the SWP, we have made it clearer in the work stream and the description of the work stream, particularly that we would, as part of this work stream, as part of the information gathering, as we discussed on Monday, we will seek input from stakeholders, particularly on this concept of audit client. Because even though it's mostly from an independence perspective, it does impact, as we agreed on Monday, that, the firm culture. So we will certainly get stakeholders' input, and we've made it clear in the SWP. So it allows it will inform the board on its approach to how to address the topic at a later date. What the PC, when we discussed it, the PC felt that it's probably not quite right to put that into as part of the part of the work stream in terms of the actual work itself and the standard setting sort of work, because it's really very much these topics focusing on independence. But we are keeping this issue sort of in this work stream, and we will get some information as we go through the information gathering next year. And the PC, of course, one of the reasons is, as we brought up already at the board meeting, there is already a lot that we need to think about with this topic. It's very broad, and there's a lot going on, and we just want to keep the focus on firm culture and governance, and more broadly, not just on the independence or the definition or the client aspect. And you would see that on the slide there, we have also added a point in the description of the work stream about considering ISQM, in particular with its governance and leadership quality component, because it does touch on firm culture, and we certainly want to look at that and see how, perhaps that we can leverage on some of the requirements there from a firm culture perspective. And of course, that as we brought up on Monday, that will require a certain level of coordination with IEESB as part of this work stream going forward. The other couple of things perhaps that came up, there was a suggestion perhaps whether we should just keep the title as firm culture and not to include and governance because of the whole, of course, sustainability. The PC did discuss this and felt that, as we mentioned on Monday, the really very much the driver of this whole work stream is about culture, it's about firm governance. And so we felt that, and governance, of course, is everything that you consider in governance will include the E and the S anyway. And so because it is coming from the from the governance aspect, from the leadership aspect. But we want to make sure that our readers and our users are clear that is our focus. So we're keeping the title there. And the other thing I just want to raise is there was a comment about making sure, of course, that this is not just in relation to audit firm, but firms more broadly. So went through the document to make sure that it's clear that it's firms and not limited to and restricted to audit firm. So I'm going to walk through to the next strategic focus that we've made some changes. Again, we have some very healthy and robust discussion on this second strategic topic. We had, as you would see that in the posted version, we were calling it expanding the scope of the code. And there was some discussion at the board during the board discussion on Monday about, making it clearer, the messaging, make it clearer, what the gaps are, why we're doing this. And so when the PC was discussing this a couple of days ago, we certainly the PC agreed that we need a little bit more clarity in this SWP. Particularly, I think we need to consider that this SWP will no longer just go to the accountancy profession. We want to use this document to promote the code to a broader community, a broader group of potential users as well. So we need to make sure that our language is not so much accounting focus, and they understand, when we say expanding the scope of the code, it still doesn't come out very clear. So what we've done, and you would see in the revised or turnaround version of the SWP, would really change the language and clarify the strategic focus as what you've got there on the screen is about in the public interest to explore opportunities to extend the impact of the code through an expansion of its scope and applicability to individuals who also perform same services as PAs, but are not PAs. So with that focus, we're just trying to give our users a sense that, what we're trying to do is our end game. Really, our aim is to extend the impact of the code. But how we're going to do this is through an expansion of the scope and applicability of the code to other individuals who are not professional accountants, similar to what we're doing with our sustainability project and particularly with part 5, the proposed part 5 of our new, with our proposed standards. So in the SWP, we also try to more clearly explain that we do have a phased approach, and then it's in those 3 phases, in a sense, loosely. speaking at this stage, being the first phase being what we're doing currently with our sustainability project. So we want to our users to be clear that, you know, in terms of extending the impact of the code, we're not doing that next year. We are already doing that in our first phase. We are already doing that with our sustainability project in terms of developing profession agnostic ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance. And so we want to give the sense that as we are focusing on sustainability information, it's a natural continuation for us to continue its focus in terms of under this strategic focus area with 2 new work streams. And I'll talk about in terms of changing the title of the work streams to align more with what we're actually doing. And then the next step is once we have finished with these 2 work streams, particularly with reviewing a development of profession agnostic independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements, not within the scope of Part 5. It's a bit of a mouthful for a title, but we felt that these are the minimum number of words we want to put in that explain what we're trying to do. I think the sense is that with that, it really the board is able to fully, I guess, meet this commitment to develop profession agnostic ethics and independence for all sustainability assurance engagements. And so we just in all this, and then the next step, of course, if you look at the orange box, so we're starting with sustainability project, and the SRP then explained the next steps is we have these 2 new work streams. And then the next step is once we've finished with these 2 work streams, then it allows us to look more broadly, you know, the possible expansion of the applicability of the code to say, for instance, all preparers of financial information or to a broader group of providers or practitioners. So it tries to answer, I guess, the comment on Monday that we need to be clear about what the gap is. You know, and so we're just trying to say, you know, firstly in the blue we discussed, and then in the green we are trying to fill the gap and making sure that we cover all the sustainability stuff that we understand we want to still work on. And then of course the orange is, you know, trying to work on some of the next steps in sort of extending the impact of the code more broadly. And so we've tried to make the language a little bit easier to understand. And so I was mentioning about the 2 new workstream headings that you would have seen in the revised version of the SWP. And the first one is exploring extending the impact of the code to all preparers of sustainability information, which we already discussed. And so we just changed the language a little bit and from expanding to extending, and also talking about the impact. And the second work stream heading is the development of profession agnostic independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements not within the scope of Part 5. And so within those 2 work streams, in terms of the descriptions, like I just mentioned earlier, we try to explain the strategic focus, which is reframed there, and also bring it out more clearly, the phased approach starting with sustainability project. So there's a few other smaller changes. The first one is you may recall that we brought there was a few comments that we received before the board meeting about whether we should include the topic of documentation, which is in the current SWP, which we still have, you know, I guess 3 weeks on the topic of documentation, which is in our current SWP as a potential topic. Of course, the board did not have time to look at that particular topic, and as we mentioned, that it was not on our strategy survey or consultation paper. The PC felt that it's right to leave it out in the next SWP, but by doing so, because there's a lot already on there, in terms of the work streams and the topics we want to cover in the next strategy period. And we need to also take into account that with some of the current topics that we're looking at, they might get split up into multiple topics and multiple work streams, depending on the working groups or the work streams recommendations. So the PC felt comfortable not adding this into our SWP. But in saying that, of course, that it doesn't mean that we completely forget about this topic. And as part of what the board has committed to do is we will continue to be agile and be flexible and making sure that we are, listening to our stakeholders, in not just documentation, but some of the other topics that may come up as well. Again, we have included the tax planning, or just a small change. We have included the tax planning rollout in the illustrated work plan. We felt that the PC felt that there's no need to change the timing of any of the work streams at this stage, noting that there were some discussions about whether we should bring forward some of the work streams, for instance, audit client, audit firm relationships. But we felt that it's probably better we keep it as is, because we will do a review at end of 24, and that will allow the board to again take a more holistic look at the progresses of its different work streams. But also by December, we will also hear from for instance, the CIV team on its recommendations, and most likely we will have at least some strong sense of where the firm culture and governance workstream, assuming the board will vote yes to that, where that's heading, and that allows us to have probably a more realistic, the board more realistic assessment of how to progress its work streams, and we can adjust the work plan at that point. We did receive one advanced comment, and thanks, Keith. There's just a minor error in the executive summary, so we'll make that change as well. Ken, I don't think we need to mention that, but it's just a small change. So so with that, I will pause here and pass it back to Gabriella, and we'll see if the board has any additional comments with this turnaround version of the SWP. Thanks, Gabriella.
Thanks, Jeff and John, for the great work done since we discussed this and since we had the discussions at the planning committee and to accommodate the comments and etc. This is very good work, and I'll reserve again my final comments to the end of the discussion. Just highlight that an effort was made, successful, I'd say, to simplify the language and make it more accessible in some points to the outside world. But again, going forward, this must be a continued effort and a growing effort on our side if we really want to be understood by anyone outside this room and the profession who is closer. So this is important that we recognize that we are very familiar to the topics, to what it means, Part 4B, Part 5, etc., but that the others are not. So this is a significant part of the success, if we want to have success in reaching out and being understood and taken on board by the non-professional accountants and even the community of those who will have to make decisions on taking on our code and standards on board or not. So thank you for that. And I will now open the floor for comments from the Jeff, please.
Just one additional comment. Of course, we will add that diagram that Mark was talking about, but so we'll work with the sustainability comms team and we'll come up with a diagram that better explain the comms plan and some of the elements that Mark was talking about earlier.
Thank you for that, Jeff. So comments from the board members before we go to a vote. Sunam.
Thank you. Before the voting, I believe I need to I just wanted to let Jeff know, but because of voting, I need to address. On paragraph 50, page 16, as Jeff mentioned, there are two new steps in relation to sustainability. But this description on paragraph 50, there are two streams described. First work stream, second work stream, but the order, the sequence is reversed. So for consistency purposes, we need to fix. And also there's one more paragraph. Yes, on paragraph 61, the last bullet has the same inconsistency. I just noted a few minutes ago, so I'll let you know. And other than that, if Gabriela allows me, then I'll talk to Jeff and Jane in connection with small editorial matters.
Not only I allow you, but I thank you for that, Sunam. Very welcome. Thank you very much. Andy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeff, and all involved. Appreciate the obvious fingerprints that the board had on this since we first discussed. Of course, I'm happy to see the tax rollout for next year as well, and I appreciate the more formal incorporation within this client definition aspect within firm governance, and I do appreciate the consequences it could have to independence, which are significant. And so the approach taken, I'm okay with that, because I think there's a lot of just orientation, and it's a cultural orientation to refer to the members of management of an audit client as the management of the reporting entity instead of the client. And I just referred to them as a client too. And I think that's helpful. It does then translate into independence because of that orientation. What specifically, and I'm going to make one more plea here, I see that a couple of the on the illustrative work plan that certain fact finding also had in the same year has the working group recommendation. So I'm wondering if just couldn't we, for the audit client relationship and specifically for the definition, it's still listed in 2027 as fact finding only, but given the increased fact finding that's going to be taking place in 2024, could that line for the illustrative for 27 show both working group recommendations and fact finding? That would be really lovely in my mind that we would show it, because that would let me rest assured that when I leave that this is has a more formal through play. So I don't think that's too major, and I think given the additional emphasis is going to have in this first phase, that's more of a formalization than really anything significant, please.
Thanks, Andy. We can certainly make that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy and Jeff. Mark?
I was only going to say I'm very happy with the proposal, but I would strongly support Andy's suggestion in respect of finalising the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there no other comments? Jeff?
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you, Sunam, for your suggestions. We will take those. With that, we'll of course incorporate some of Sunam's suggested changes and Andy's suggested changes. So with that, perhaps I'll pass to Ken on the due process.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you very much, board members. I want to make sure that the board is comfortable with staff processing those minor editorial changes. Is anybody who's not would like to see the changes before? Okay, so that's good. Okay, with that, then I just want to also to ask if the board is clear as to what it is going to be asked to vote on. Is any board member who's not clear as to what he or she is being asked to vote on? Nope. So that's very good. So with that, I will proceed with the due process procedures, starting first with my confirmation as the director for IESBA, to confirm to the board that up until this board meeting, the board has followed its due process And that has included very extensive fact-finding, consultation with stakeholders, importantly in coordination with IESBA in a number of dimensions, including alignment of the strategy period, and most recently, the joint plenary session we had with IESBA in September in terms of seeking alignment on forward actions. And last but not least, of course, extensive discussions with the consultative advisory group. And we've had the benefit of the CAG throughout the process. And I would also like to confirm to the board that during the course of this meeting, the board has also followed due process in relation to its deliberations on the strategy and work plan. And let me turn to Chair Gabriela to confirm whether the planning committee has reported to the board all significant matters that have been discussed in the process of developing the strategy and work plan.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, of course, I can confirm that the discussions held at the planning committee level were substantive and relevant, but everything has been conveyed to this board. Nothing was hidden, nothing was omitted. So the board knows as much as the planning committee and the staff, and this is really a collective decision made upon the common knowledge, common understanding, and shared discussions.
Thank you very much, Chair Gabriela. Is there any board member who would like to raise any matters that commentators have raised on the consultation paper? Board members have had the benefit of course, seeing the analysis of the full range of responses we received on the draft, on the consultation paper. Is there any matter that any board member would like to raise at this point that otherwise have not been discussed in this board? Okay, with that, I will ask, first of all, is there any board member who's abstaining from the vote? Any abstention? Any board member who's voting against approving this strategy and work plan? And who is voting for approving this strategy and work plan? (17, 18). We have unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I think it's my turn.
Absolutely. Well, before your turn, just to confirm again to the board that staff will proceed to finalize the document. There will be a basis for conclusions that will be circulated to the board for review, and that will be submitted to PIE before its April meeting for approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Indeed, this is not the very last moment because we still have. Begonia, do you have? Sorry. After me? Okay. Okay. No, no, you can go. You can go. I'm not just going to make some comments on the process and that.
Okay. Well, just to say that Begonia, me as PIOB member, I congratulate the board for having achieved this major step, which is having the strategic work plan for the next 3 years, based on all the discussion that you have had before, the consultation, etc., etc. We think that the idea of having a professional agnostic code has been widely demanded, and this is what you're aiming to. In particular, now the focus is on the preparation of sustainability reporting, but it's not only that, it's much more. It's anything about having a professional agnostic. We still doubt that this revision of part 4B really derives from that, because this is something that, well, is not really referred to that. You already revised part 5, and part 5 is dealing with the public interest cases, I would say that. So we don't see that this is needed, although I might understand that you want to have a professional agnostic code, and that means revising also that part. But it's a question of resource allocation. In any case, I insist, congratulations for having achieved this moment. It's important, and good luck with the future, because you have to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begonia. I'm also happy to confirm that this strategy and work plan was subject over these 2 years to many discussions and updates to the PIOB. So it's also part of the process, but it's also part of our thought process and consideration. So I'm happy to confirm that as well. And finally, of course, I'm extremely happy, thrilled that this plan, this strategy and work plan has been approved with all the flexibility and the agility that we will have to keep. This will help us address, guide our action and support our determination, which is very clear, as we can see, to using our mission as an ethics standards board and our vision to make a greater impact to the public interest and the investor and users community as well. The process was, I mentioned it on Monday. This was a long process and a very interesting process. I think this is also this was also a learning opportunity for us all about how keeping our minds open takes us to the best places, because the changes that it suffered from the start clearly show not only that reality around us is moving very quickly, but also that this board is moving as quickly as the reality and being able to take all these changes on board and address them and not being afraid of changing the direction when necessary. The topics that we have chosen will for this next cycle reveal by themselves per se the innovative approach of this board. We are not just doing more of the same. We are really aiming at doing different things, and not for the sake of being different, but exactly to be able to embrace these changes in the reality around us. So this is also reflective of our firm purpose to contribute to the increasingly to the public interest, addressing topics like sustainability. And we know, and I recall again, because history is part of all this, that this was a long journey since the start, since the first insights and the perspectives of what it should be, what it could be and not, and etc. Looking back, it's been an incredible journey around this table. But also, I think that the same journey, or even more exciting, is going to be taken with the culture and governance and extending the impact of the code and all these things. So it's really a transformation, which is nothing but the fact that this board reflects transformation of the world around us. None of these topics are easy to address. None of them will be easy to address. But if it were easy, it would not be for us. We don't like those things. So we have already demonstrated that in being able to embrace these risks and these challenges, we are most closer to success in terms of what we have to provide to the public interest. These topics have been identified by the board as being the ones that we could not refuse to address as being urgent. And so what we have to do is recognize that this is our mission, and that's what we have to do. So this is something. This strategy and work plan is something that we will have to carry on into our daily activities related to the IESBA and to our own activities as board members in bringing ethics where it should be. It's not a document, and I don't see it as a document. The document is wonderful and reflects a lot of work and reflection. It's what's inside that document, and that we will have to do with the message that the document conveys. This is really, I think, a collective passion. I think that I can name it like that. And this collective passion and the expertise of this board and the board members have positioned us already for success. And I hope and I trust that it will happen. The same will happen in the future. And I'm very excited to see the positive impact that these choices and these options to do the right thing and what we have to do will take into action. And finally, and of course, once again, thank you all, board members, TAs, staff, observers, all those in our ecosystem, our stakeholders, the ones to whom we reached out over these 2 years, the ones who responded to the initial survey, to the public consultation, the ones who haven't done it formally, but conveyed their messages in different ways, etc. Thank you to all those who made this possible, for the dedication, for the commitment, and a very special thank you for Jeff, who has been taking care of this baby since over the last 2 years. But fortunately, he was not a single dad. And he had the good company of others like, of course, Supercan and John, who helped him taking care of this baby and raising him. We are embarking in a new strategic cycle. So I think that we should celebrate this milestone and embark in this journey towards accomplishments and a successful next strategic cycle. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the board members, to the staff, and to the board itself for this accomplishment. Thank you. I think that it is now time to close the session. Can any administrative, except beyond the SOX?
Yes, if you can bring a spare pair of socks for the bowling, I think that would be useful. But feel free not to bring a pair as well. It's entirely optional. Yeah. It's entirely optional. No, but you still have to wear socks. I didn't mean to say not wear socks. You still have to wear socks. Otherwise, you will not be permitted on the bowling lane. Well, yes, the meeting point is downstairs at 5:30. Unless you wish to go directly to the venue, you should have the address in your diaries, etc. The documents for tomorrow have been circulated. First of all, there is the document for approval on tax planning that's been circulated today, and I believe for use of experts, the documents were circulated end of yesterday. So you should have those in your inboxes, and there will be some reading time in the morning tomorrow, and we're starting at 10 a.m. Sharp. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. See you a bit later with your socks or without.